All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, August 16th, 2021. It's approximately 1 p.m. I want to ask if you please rise. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Sorg, if you join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to start off with Clint Thacker, who's going to introduce our Pet of the Week. Okay, it doesn't look like Clint made it here just yet, so we'll go ahead and jump to our Jobs of the Week. And I believe Cindy Quinlan is here. How you doing, Cindy?
Good in yourself, Mayor? Okay. Work session. Okay, I messed up on something. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Cindy Quillen. I am the New Mexico Workforce Connections Assistant One-Stop Operator, and I'm going to announce to you our Jobs of the Week. Our first position that we have open is an Economic Development Director, and it's through the City of Las Cruces. This position will close on September the 6th of 2021. Next, we have a crew member with the Arby's restaurant on Baton Memorial. They have 5 positions available. This position will close on September the 1st. Next, we have a transportation driver with We Care Transportation. They have 9 positions available. These positions will close on September the 3rd. Next, we have a maintenance mechanic with Olam Spices and Vegetables, Inc. This position will close on September the 8th. And then there's a diesel technician. This position is through Advanced Diesel Services, LLC, and this position closes on September the 9th. But for a full list of our jobs and internships and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at our website at www.employeenm.com, or you can go to www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. For our local New Mexico Workforce Connections office, we are located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, and our phone number is 575-524-6250. Thank you everyone, and have a great week.
Thank you, Cindy. Did Clint Thacker make it in by any chance? No? Okay. All right, before we get to Councilor Sorg has a few proclamations here. I've got one award I'd like to present, and it's called the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award, and it's to a gentleman who recently retired. And although he graduated here from New Mexico State, he's really been around all over New Mexico. Let me tell you something. This gentleman here is a true professional. He knows exactly what needs to be given, and so when asked, and these are all one sentence. This is not a whole lot. There's 5 pages. So I'm going to pick just a handful of things of some of the things that he's been able to do, and I'm glad that he was able to make it down from where he lives, which is in Albuquerque, to receive this award, because it's really an honor for us. And so many of the places, I know you, like I said, you may not be aware of him too much. I'm sure you've heard of his company. But if you've ever driven on any road here in Las Cruces or any road in New Mexico, you are a recipient of his brain power, of his company. He was a civil engineer by trade and did a fantastic job, and I just wanted to welcome him. So before I mention who he is, you know what, let's go ahead and bring him down. Dale, where are you? Why don't you come on down here real quick? Right over here, Dale. To my right, please. Good to see you again. Now, you can take that off if you're vaccinated. I want you to know. Okay. So Dale Archuleta is a native New Mexican who's devoted his life to giving back to his community, improving the lives of all New Mexicans. He's considered one of New Mexico's most committed and humble public servants for over 45 years. His impact has been profound in public service, community service, and engineering expertise. He served as CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Molson Corbin for 35 years. One of New Mexico's largest and most respected engineering and architectural firms ever. They have really set the gold standard of what an engineering firm does. I put that in there. He didn't put that in there. Over his professional career, he's gained an enviable reputation as a professional waters resources engineer, and many of his designs were recipient of numerous state, regional, and national awards. So let me just share with you some of the things that, when asked, what he was proud of. He's proud of being able to use his engineering profession to make a difference in the quality of life in communities throughout New Mexico, serving as a highly recognized voice for educational reform in the state, having the honor of serving as Board of Regents and being awarded an honorary doctorate of his alma mater, New Mexico State University, meeting and learning from other talented and committed individuals through his work on public and private boards throughout his 45-year professional career. He's blessed in raising 3 outstanding sons and being married to his wife of 46 years, Rebecca Gonzalez Archuleta. So I'm just going to highlight 6 awards that he's received. In 1996, he was appointed by Governor Johnson to the NMSU Board of Regents, where he served 2 terms as president of the board. In 2003, Governor Richardson appointed him to serve on the New Mexico K-12 State Board of Education and subsequently elected chairman. Governor Martinez appointed him to the State Board of Finance and subsequently reappointed him as well. He was honored by the governor's New Mexico Distinguished Public Service Award. One of the few people I know who's received that for his commitment to the community and bettering the lives of New Mexicans. This was in 2003. He was recognized by the New Mexico Business Journal as one of New Mexico's most influential people in the year 2000. Honored with the National Community Service Award by the American Consulting Engineers Council in 2000. Selected by the New Mexico Society of Professional Engineers, Ingenio Veterano de Nuevo Mexico Award, the highest state society award for the Lifetime Service and Achievement 2011, and presented with a 2010 Distinguished Citizen Award by the Great Southwest Council of the National Eagle Scout Association 2011. That's just a handful. Like I said, there's just pages of things that he's done throughout New Mexico. And I just wanted you, Del, to know how much you're appreciated in Las Cruces and throughout New Mexico. And I wanted to give you a small token of our appreciation on behalf of the City Council and myself. If I can get this plastic off here. It's called the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award, presented to Adelmo Archuleta, August 2021.
People that know me know that I'm not usually at a loss of words, but I am truly humbled. I am so honored. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate this honor, Mayor and Council. I consider Las Cruces like my second home because I came to school here. It was my dream to be able to be a part of the city of Las Cruces. When I was fortunate enough to get a job at Molson Corbin back in 1975 as a graduate of NMSU's College of Engineering,
I was able to do work throughout the state for different cities, and then somehow I became the CEO and the owner of Moles & Corbin in 1984. And the thing that I most wanted to do was to open an office in Las Cruces, my second home. And so I'm very proud of the fact that we opened that office and that we've been here for 37 years. Because I consider this, like I said, a second home. I'm originally from Clayton, New Mexico. I really appreciate all the things that you mentioned, Mayor, but there is no way that I personally could do those things without a lot of support. I was blessed, like most people that ever have success, with tremendous parents. I had an older brother that was a tremendous influence. His name is Ed Archuleta. He's on your utilities board. He's here with me today. He was always my hero, my inspiration professionally. And most of all, my wife, Rebecca Gonzalez Archuleta. She was a lifelong educator, also degreed from New Mexico State. She was a recipient of the first ever Lifetime Achievement Award as a Golden Apple teacher, and I'm most proud that she served in an extremely impoverished neighborhood in Albuquerque, helping a bunch of young, deserving children that would not have otherwise had a lot of opportunity had she not intervened like a lot of our tremendous educators in this state. So thank you very much. I'm very appreciative also. I've been blessed with a tremendous staff at Moles & Corbin for many, many years. So I'm a very lucky person, and but I am humbled and very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Del. Let me just say that on a personal side, I've seen him and his company just rise to the occasion on numerous times when people were needing help, whether it's financially, whether it's just things that they donated in kind. Just truly a great New Mexican, an icon in the engineering profession. So also, I just want to let you know, I know it's being recorded, but you can go to lascruces.org and we'll have the whole video for you. And if you need to, we can probably send a jump drive as well. So just thought I'd share that with you. And I'm going to turn it over to Councilor Sorg, who's going to do the rest of the proclamations. So again, thank you very much, Del. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have the pleasure of sitting right next to your brother in the Commission of the Utilities here. He's a good person to have on the utilities. He's a wealth of information. So the proclamations for today begin with one for Susan Frey. Is Susan here? Please come forward. Thank you, Susan. Yes, okay. Okay. This proclamation, whereas Susan Frey, did I say that right? Frey, okay, has served for 2 full terms, the maximum allowed by the City Art Board since its inception. And whereas Ms. Frey was a member of the Ad Hoc Arts Committee tasked with the reviewing of the citywide public art situation and making recommendations that led to establishing the first City Art Board. And whereas Ms. Frey applied to volunteer as an art board member in the first City Art Board and was appointed by the Mayor of Las Cruces, and whereas Ms. Frey was, as a board member, was instrumental in establishing the original board's operational guidelines and goals by helping to draft the City Art Board's bylaws and the board policies and procedures. And whereas Ms. Frey, along with board members, brought to fruition a resolution approving the city's Las Cruces public art funding policy, which dedicates a funding source for the City of Las Cruces public art program. And whereas Ms. Frey worked diligently with the board and the city art program coordinator to finalize the Las Cruces public art program master plan. And whereas Ms. Frey and the city art board have contributed to the overall recognition of art and artists as an integral to the city of Las Cruces. And whereas Ms. Frey has demonstrated a supreme example of focus, leadership, and dedication to artists, advocacy, and the arts in Las Cruces while continuing her work as a professional artist in her own right. And whereas Ms. Frey continues to provide mentorship, institutional memory, and volunteer support to the board. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Monday, August 16th, 2021, as Susan Frey Appreciation Day, signed by our Mayor, Ken Mayagishima, and attested by our City Clerk, Christine Rivera. Congratulations. You want to say a few words?
They told me to come today because it was a surprise. I probably would have invited my family and friends if they'd have told me what the surprise was. So there's that. Really, this is all about all the artists in Las Cruces and how important it is that the arts in Las Cruces get recognized and supported and encouraged, and they thrive because it's a really important economic part of our community. Besides which, it's lovely and helps people enjoy life. So all of that is very important, and I did it for everybody, so thank you.
You're welcome. Could you get one last picture here? Just go ahead. There, good. Thank you, Susan. The next is a presentation to Athena Huckabee. Is she here, or he? Athena Huckabee? Oh, you're not? Yeah, okay, good. This is a proclamation for International Overdose Awareness Day. Whereas International Overdose Awareness Day is recognized around the world on August 31st to end overdose, remembering those who have died and acknowledge the grief of the family and friends left behind. And whereas Overdose Awareness Day aims to publicly challenge the stigma associated with substance use disorders and stimulate action and discussion about evidence-based overdose prevention and drug policy. And whereas in 2020, 788 New Mexicans died of a drug overdose, and more than 93,000 people nationwide have died of a drug overdose, according to the Centers of Disease Control. And whereas New Mexico acknowledges the profound grief felt by families and friends whose loved ones have died or suffered permanent injury from a drug overdose. And whereas our dedicated treatment providers work tirelessly to help individuals with substance use disorders recover. And whereas International Overdose Awareness Day is an opportunity for all New Mexicans to stand beside those who have lost loved ones to an overdose and those who have a substance use disorder and are diligently working toward recovery. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim August 31st, 2021 as International Overdose Awareness Day, and we call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. There we go. This one was submitted by Suni Patin. I'm just going to guess at the pronunciation of that. B-I-T-T-I-N. This is a proclamation for Sexual Harassment Awareness Day. Whereas in 2017, an international movement referred to as Me Too, hashtag Me Too movement, became symbolic as numerous women and men of varying ages and backgrounds declared and shared their experience of sexual harassment. And whereas in 2018, Stop Street Harassment, a nonprofit, revealed two stunning statistics. 43% of men and 81% of women have experienced a form of sexual harassment. Whereas in the hashtag #MeToo era, there are still organizations that have no sexual harassment policies, no reporting procedures, and or ongoing sexual harassment training. And whereas victims of sexual harassment sometimes suffer in secrecy and silence, fearful of the possible consequences of coming forward and speaking up. And whereas there is no gender, no race, no socioeconomic level that cannot be impacted. In other words, sexual harassment does not discriminate. And whereas by proclaiming August 31st, 2021, Sexual Harassment Awareness Day, it is the sincere hope that awareness, effective dialogue, policies, reporting procedures, and training become an important priority to significantly minimize not only sexual harassment, but the secrecy and silence that is often encompasses it. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 31st, 2021 as Sexual Harassment Awareness Day. Signed by the Mayor Ken Mayagishima and attested by our City Clerk Christine Rivera. And that is the end of our proclamations for today.
Thank you, Councilor. And now we're going to have a presentation by the City Manager, Ifo Pili, who's going to make a presentation to the Finance Department.
Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity. I'm excited to recognize our accounting section here and present this recognition. I have some things written here, but I do want to sort of explain what this award is. It's the fiscal year 19 Popular Annual Financial Report Award, so the PAFR Award. For those that aren't familiar with what the PAFR is, there's a CAFR that's prepared every year, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report that's prepared every year by the city, and it includes a set of financial statements that show the whole financial status of the city. And we've also received the award for that, and I'll go ahead and read what the script is that the staff has asked me to read, but the PAFR Award is something above and beyond in the spirit of transparency.
It's a report that's prepared. It's called the Popular Annual Financial Report, and it's prepared so that those that don't have financial background could be able to read it readily, and it can be readily available. And so it's prepared in the spirit of transparency, and there is also an award, and our staff has received an award for that as well. But I'll go ahead and read this, and then, Leanne, we have people here that, okay, and then as I read your names, you can please come up so we can recognize you. But the Financial Services Department was awarded the Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award for its FY19 Popular Annual Financial Report. This award is a prestigious national award recognizing conformance with the highest standards for preparation of the PAFR and for the commitment to producing a popular report that evidences the spirit of full disclosure and transparency. The City of Las Cruces was awarded the special Triple Crown Medallion for receiving all 3 Government Finance Officers Association awards in FY19. These include the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting Award, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and the Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award. If we could please join us in congratulating the accounting section for receiving the FY19 PAFR Award. If I could, as I read your names, if you can please join us up here. Accounting Manager Josie Trevino. Amador Espinosa. Mario Rocha. Okay. Laura Gutierrez. Jacqueline Rubalcaba. Adolfo Cardenas. Joe Padilla. Armando Lerma. And then Senior Accountants Maria Sanchez and Josh Saffer. Oh, I'm sorry, Liam Beasley. Squeeze it for a picture here. You can get the mayor and the mayor pro tem right in the back. Councilor, well, that's all right. Okay.
Hi, my name is Josie Trevino. I'm the City of Las Cruces accounting manager, and I just wanted to thank all the accountants for a great year in fiscal year 19. It was the first for a lot of them. Also, this is the 7th year we're receiving the PAFR award, and we actually have the whole team. This is the first year we have the whole team that actually prepared the PAFR and received the award, which it's been a while that we've kept the same team, and it's nice to see everybody up here. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ifo, and thank you to the accounting team. It's a tremendous effort. You know, our budget's almost $500 million, and there's a lot of paper to be worked with. So thank you very much for all that you do. Okay, now I'm going to get to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of the City Council, the City Manager, or any city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None for me. None.
Mayor?
Oh, yes, Councilor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, for item 6.1, Resolution 22-14, I will be abstaining from voting on that resolution this afternoon. The organization I work for supports some different nonprofit groups that are working to advance that issue. And as such, I will not be voting on that today. Thank you.
So that's 6.1.
That's item 6.1 on the consent agenda.
Okay, so we'll need to remove that then. Anyone else?
A conflict, Mayor? I'm sorry. For conflict?
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, none.
Okay. And so with that, now we're going to go to public participation. This is where members of the public can speak to council for up to 3 minutes, not to exceed twice during a council meeting. And if there's an item on the agenda that you'd like to speak about, it's 4 minutes, so for a total of 7. So I usually start on my left, and I just start on the first row. So if you have something you'd like to share with council, just come forward, state your name, and we'll be timing you for 3 minutes. So anyone on the first row? Yes, sir.
I'm William Bierman. The New Mexico State Auditor released a 762-page report on December 29th that contains this sentence: violations of laws, regulations, and city policy were rampant in city management. The report said not only city management, but elected officials needed training in compliance and prevention of fraud. The report said there was probable cause to believe that criminal violations had occurred. It said concerns exist that state laws were violated, including not limited to fraud, embezzlement, criminal violations of the procurement code, bid rigging, and money laundering. When I asked the Mayor Pro Tem about this alleged white-collar crime problem at a recent forum on crime in the city, she said resignations had occurred, but I'm not aware of any prosecutions occurring. The report recommended that the city create and maintain an inspector general and a strong internal audit department. When I asked earlier this month if an inspector general had been established, I was told yes, but a source tells me there still is no inspector general physically working at City Hall. Also, separately, 4 city employees sued the city, claiming they were fired for reporting wrongdoing. One was a city auditor, one was a procurement manager, one was an accounting manager, and last but not least, one was a city attorney. The city so far settled 3 of the cases by paying the former employees $1.4 million and having them sign non-disclosure agreements. So we'll probably never know what really happened. The city has its 4 auditors working out of the city's attorney's office. Yet one of the city employee whistleblowers was a city attorney. So does it make sense to organizationally place an internal audit function within an office where an employee claimed to have been fired for reporting wrongdoing? In a city with 1,600 employees, and as the mayor just mentioned, a $500 million budget, it's likely that many more auditors than 4 are needed. Auditors pay for themselves by identifying opportunities to improve economy and efficiency and internal control weaknesses that can lead to fraud, waste, and abuse. It seems relatively little is being said about what really was a shocking state auditor report and a whistleblower scandal. It's as if they never happened. So I'll take a minute or a few seconds of my time, and considering the fact that the award was just given here to the city's accounting department, I'll just point out that financial accounting, such as done with the financial statements, is different than management accounting. So while a financial auditor might issue an opinion saying the city had a budget of $500 billion, and they really did have assets of $500 billion or expenses of $500 billion, a management accountant or an auditor might say, yes, the city did have a $500 billion in expenses, but maybe they could have only had $400 million if they had done a better job of managing. So that's the difference. And I wouldn't have gotten into that except for the timing, the coincidence of the award being given to the accounting people here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bierman. Thank you for bringing that forward. I will say that this is really more of an isolated incident, and it was pertaining to one particular item. But nonetheless, the city did move forward with an oversight board and still moving forward with the Inspector General position. But I will also remind the members of the public that the city is audited annually from an independent individual accounting firm. And subsequently, they work in conjunction with the state auditor, and that's what this award that you just saw here recently was pertaining to. So, oh, you want to say something, Ifo? Sure.
Is that okay? Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make one point of clarification for Mr. Bierman, because I think this gets lost when we talk about that report that was mentioned. Just so everybody knows, it was the city who commissioned that report and turned it over to the Attorney General. It wasn't an outside entity that came into the city telling us what these issues were. When the city found that there were issues, the first thing that was done was commission that report. And so that report was for the city. As soon as the city recognized that, it was turned over to the Attorney General's office. And at this point, it still lies within their office. The other point I want to make, because I don't want to take away from all the good work that staff is doing in our financial department by comments that are made here. This award represents one of 3 awards, and all of these awards speak to, again, reporting and government accounting, and it speaks to how transparent a city is based on how we report our data. The good thing about what's happened and what's transpired, and I can speak to this because I just got here about a year ago, coming in from an outside person coming into this organization. What I was amazed by is how many people here are willing to stand up for what's right, to report where there are things that are amiss. And the other thing I want to speak to, Mayor, is the Inspector General. We do have a city auditor, and we are evaluating whether or not that position should be full-time. And so that's where we're at. We decided to wait a year to see where the workload is, and that year is up. So we're coming in a couple months to report back on our assessment there. But whether it should be full-time or contracted from an outside entity, and you can see the advantages of that as well. But thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to respond.
Thank you, Ifo. And if you don't mind me, I'm sorry, Mr. Bierman, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Bierman, but there's no give and take on that. You had your Mr. Bierman, you're out of order, sir. So if you please, if you would please sit down. If you would please sit down, yeah. And Ifo, if you don't mind, I'm going to go even a little bit further. So this was discovered actually by city staff. Barbara De Leon and her team worked closely with our accounting and finance, financial services team, paid for the actual audit, over $150,000, and then turned it over to the state auditor, who subsequently then worked with the Attorney General. So just to let you know that the city paid for that first. In fact, it was even noted that the auditor had mentioned, we don't normally see this when a city does it themselves first. So I appreciate what your comments, Ifo. Okay, so that was first row. Anyone on the second row? Looks like no one's on the third row. Fourth row? Fifth row? Sixth? Seventh? Mr. Jeffers, Vince.
My name is Vince Jeffers, and I brought back that evidence. This time there's an attorney that's up there. If she would like to look at this, I was hoping that Councilwoman Flores would be here to look at it, but it's pretty clear to see. It's a pattern of behavior, you did it, and the clock's not starting. I can talk for as long as you want. I can't judge it without that clock going, though, but as far as that report, that could be torn apart, literally piece by piece, because when you look at the transactions that occurred, you had people, I'm going to call them an Antifa cell, you guys call them community partners, who literally were drugging U.S. service members, getting away with it, making deals with judges, transferring properties illegally. You had two people. The city wound up with two properties. They didn't own neither. They traded both, and they wound up with them. How does that happen? As far as the other item on the earlier closed session, the sharps were cashed out already. When you guys are committing fraud, this is one of the fraudulent transactions. They wound up with a bunch of houses from a construction company. And from there, of course, the Romeros stepped in front and said, we want our share of that. So if there's a legal issue, it's because you guys didn't do the right thing again. Now, I'm going to go back to this piece of paper showing that there is fraud, and another medical practice got picked off with the help of the city of Las Cruces, of course. Last time a politician, in 2008, a politician said, go talk to this reporter at the Las Cruces Sun News. This time it was a different reporter. You know, the whole thing about responsibility is actually stepping up and saying, yeah, let's look at it, not, let somebody else take care of it, not, making a joke out of it. Again, the FBI did the exact same thing. Here, talk to a New York Times reporter, and they had a ball with that one. Of course, it made it more into a Republican versus a Democratic issue. That was an Enron scam. But it happens all the time, and you guys keep cashing in, rather than stepping up saying, yeah, let's look at it. Which medical practice? You've got over a dozen that you guys stole. You facilitated the theft of over a dozen medical practices. When the Lucero crime family was selling medical licenses, and each and every year taking $10,000 for each and every one of them, you guys got your share of that. Now, instead of sending people to the same crooked judges, you have to have new special prosecutors, new special paymasters who actually take in the evidence, weigh it, and make a fair decision. Not, well, they're not in. I could say some things, but you'll make it into a racist statement when it isn't. It's all about people's behaviors. And I'm doing the best I can here, but I don't see people up there doing the best they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the, what was it, that 8th row? 9th row? So basically, anyone else on my left? No? Okay, I'm going to turn to my right. Oh, Clint. I'll get you after public participation. Anyone on the 2nd row? 3rd? 4th? 5th? 6th? 7th? Last row, anyone? Okay, well, that will end public participation. And before we go to acceptance of the agenda, Clint Thacker is here to introduce our 2 pets of the week. So, Clint.
Is the folder up? Is it in here? Is this the right folder?
I beg your pardon?
I don't think this is the right folder that has my stuff in it.
Well, if those 2 animals hadn't been adopted yet, go ahead and do it again.
Thank you. Okay, our dogs of the week this year, Beano is male, large, neutered. And it says, anyone who's met me knows that I am full of energy and love. I love going on walks and playing around out and free. So being in the kennels all day totally bums me out. I'd love an active family that goes for walks, maybe even hikes. So he's an active dog. Fantastic for somebody who has an active lifestyle and wants to be there with them. And our cat of the week is Midas, 3 years old, domestic short hair, neutered male. Says, might come across a little shy at first, but underneath that, I'm really just a big boy with a heart full of gold. I've been here for a while and like to settle down with a nice, quiet, loving family, and asking if that could be your family. So, 2 great pets for Pets of the Week. As a reminder, we are accepting volunteer applications that can come at any time. And also, we're having our large drive-through vaccine clinic. It's going to be happening on Sunday, August the 22nd at Field of Dreams from 9 until 2. And we expect to have well over 1,000 animals or vaccines come through that event. So we look forward to that. Any questions?
Yeah, Clint, I just want to ask you, so with people returning back to work, I had read somewhere where during COVID, they were adopting pets, and then it seems like in other parts of the country, they're wanting to give the pets back. Are you seeing that?
We are not seeing that currently at the ASCMV. We have, on average, about 6 or 7 animals, it's probably a high average, of animals being returned to the center per month. But usually it's because of reasons the dog chases the cat or it's going to the bathroom inside, some reasons. But we have not seen the huge influx of animals coming back from animals being adopted by COVID times. So we're grateful for that.
Great. Okay. Well, we appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now, before we get to accept the agenda, I believe there's some council members that was asked to have some items removed. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mayor, will you please pull 6.3 and 6.4? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Then I believe we also, yes, Councilor?
6.1.
Yep, there you go. 6.1. Okay, so 6.1, 3, and 4. So if that's okay, I'll need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, to remove items 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4 for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with removal of items 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4 for discussion. Councilor Beda-Stuvi.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, 6.1, Resolution 22-014.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, and Sergio.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor?
I just wanted to make a little introduction, and then we have a member of the audience that would like to speak on this resolution.
Okay, can we have Sergio do a quick
Oh, Sergio can, yes. More the merrier. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have Sergio, and then I'll go to you, and then if there's any other council comments, and then we'll go to the members of the public, if that's okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Sergio Ruiz, Policy Analyst for the record. Allow me to introduce strong supporter of CASTNER Range being a designated national monument, Mr. Angel Peña. He's the Executive Director of Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project, which is an advocate for environmental justice, the protection of land and water, outdoor equity, hunting and fishing, and protecting the borderlands. Here's now Mr. Angel Peña.
My turn? Awesome. Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, Councilors, thank you for your time. My name is Angel Peña. I am first the proud father of 3 born and raised Las Cruces. I am then the proud husband of a frontline educator who just started school yesterday at Lynn. So to all of our educators. And then I am the executive director of the Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project, where we wake up every day to ensure that deliberately, historically overlooked communities not only have access to public lands and the outdoors, but to the public land management process. And we do this through education, advocacy, and good old people power. And thank you for your time. I am here to talk about CASTNER Range this afternoon. This is a beautiful picture of it. And just to create, whoops, wrong computer, a little context for those locals. If we've ever flown in or out of the airport of El Paso, these are the last mountains that say goodbye and the first ones that greet you home. And for me, truly kind of get me excited to be back home with the family after a long trip and work. This is what it looks like on a map, and it is located in the center of America's 22nd most populous city. CASTNER Range is home to 11 square miles of West Texas beauty and forms of picturesque backdrops to the world's largest binational community, and that includes Doña Ana County and Las Cruces. Its vast history and historical significance date back thousands of years and continue to this day, as El Paso is home to one of our nation's largest foreign-born constituencies. The CASTNER Range National Monument designation is supported by the El Paso community and the local elected bodies of El Paso, by Texas conservation groups and national environmental leaders. The history The history of El Paso and the city of Las Cruces and the Mesilla Valley is inextricably connected to a complicated human history of migration, conquest, colonization, and now sharing the culture, language, and natural resources, most notably to us here in town, surface water from El Rio Grande and the groundwater from the Mesilla Bolson. This entire region is also closely connected to our neighboring Ciudad Juarez, where tourists and visitors from Ciudad Juarez and northern Chihuahua are frequent visitors to not only El Paso and the Mesilla Valley, but we all frequently visit places like the Organ Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument. The protection of CASTNER Range will ensure that fronterizos have the opportunity to find solace, comfort, and equitable access to the outdoors right here in our own community. This monument proposal recognizes just how intertwined our public lands and the environment are with issues centered around justice, race, and equity. As an organization born here on the border, the Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project is proud to support and lead on this effort, and looks forward to the support of not only this administration, presidential, but our city council and our city leaders. And just to remind us real quick, and just some numbers of the economic opportunity that the Organ Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument provided not only for Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, but truly our region. And as we are all here fronterizos, and at least in my culture, we're all here family and gente en raza en comunidad, and so it behooves us to all power forward together and empower our future generations. And so this last slide is just what it looks like. This is what CASTNER Range looks like. It's more than your charismatic flora or fauna, but it's about community right here. It's about our kiddos experiencing and learning what it is to be from this place and from this land. And so with that, Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, Councilors, thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity. And Sergio, homie, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, for sure. Oh, does anyone have any questions that we might be able to take on?
So I think Councilor Sorg did, and then I was going to ask if any other council members, and then I believe there may be a member of the public who wanted to speak.
Beautiful, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and I appreciate that presentation. It tells a lot about it. This is a piece of land that I've had some experience with is when I worked at Fort Bliss, which brings me the question, doesn't this piece of property belong to the DOD now?
It currently does belong to the Department of Defense. Just a few weeks ago, I was at the White House and talking with our friends over there, and we're all now in close communication with the Department of the Interior. I can tell you the Bureau of Land Management, who would be, whom the land would be transferred to, is excited that the office is here close and located here in Las Cruces, so we can creatively develop solutions to make sure that we're all safe out there and also have equitable access to our outdoors.
Sure, sure. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm so glad that that's going to happen.
Thank you.
I just wanted to point out to the council that it was not too long ago, and I'm trying to remember when, either earlier this year or sometime last year, this council passed a resolution called 30 by 30, which asks for the country to preserve 30% of our land and 30% of our waters for to prevent development of that land and used for other purposes other than just natural recreation. So this particular piece of land, as well as this resolution, fits in well with that 30 by 30 resolution that we passed recently. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor, and yes, sir, and just how every week we are losing hundreds of football fields worth of land, CASTNER Range provides us with an effective solution to make sure that we're able to provide a world that our kiddos can live in, for sure.
Yeah, another very good point. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Was there someone from the public who wished to say something? Oh, Carrie, yes, please. Senator Hamlin. Technically, Senator, you're only allowed 4 minutes.
It's okay, I won't need that much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's nice to see all of you. And City Manager Peely, I've got a pen for you, by the way. Today I'm here, actually, I wasn't here to speak about this. I'm here to talk about a different issue, but because of what Mr. Pena brought up in his conversation, it moved me to speak because I grew up in El Paso, and CASTNER Range is in my mother's backyard. And this was an area that was very special to me as a kid growing up, and being able to go, to be able to experience the Poppy Festival, which is something that you should see, that anybody should see in their lifetime. But because of the work that the Las Cruces Green Chamber of Commerce has done with the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument, we've been actually working with the folks at CASTNER Range to help it become a national monument. And as this council has before been supportive of the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument and recognizing the economic impacts that it brings to communities, we are able to work with CASTNER Range in order to do that as well. And given that we are so connected as communities, it is really important for us as a community to support them in this effort, because we will not only be able to benefit from that, but develop relationships with our friends and family in El Paso. But for me, more importantly, because of the work of Nuestra Tierra, of really opening up opportunities for Black, Brown, and Indigenous people to be able to experience lands that their ancestors have been for generations beforehand, and to protect those for that. So I do hope that, I don't know exactly if the ask here is for you to support this as a national monument, but if that ask does come up, I encourage you to do so, because I think it not only benefits our communities, but it benefits the people who have been living on this land for generations that are all part of our community as well, and residents of our state. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration, and I'll be back to speak to you soon, and I have a pen for you.
What about for me? You didn't give me a... No, I'm just kidding. Was that it, Councilor? Was that the person you were saying? Okay. Okay, so if there's no further members of the public or council, Christine, thank you.
Thank you,
On him.
Mayor.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-014. Councilor Benastubi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Abstain.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to, let's see, which one's 6.3. Resolution 22-016.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. Will Blanchard and David Cedillo will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Before I begin, Will, Mayor Pro Tem, was there a specific item you wanted to focus on, or do you want a full presentation?
Full presentation, please, Mayor. Thank you.
Darn. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. William Blanchard, Budget Analyst, and the resolution before you is to accept the various budget adjustments for August fiscal year 2022. These budget adjustments contain no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment with several items either being carried over from fiscal year 21 into fiscal year 22 due to less being spent than anticipated, or they are being adjusted down in fiscal year 2022 due to more being spent than was anticipated. With me today, I have the Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo, who will discuss changes to the CIP, and we have representatives to answer any of your questions. As always, we strive to apply best practice. The amounts we are requesting today are in the column with the yellow heading, and we are letting you know what kind of adjustment we are making. R is for revenue, E is for expense, and T is for transfer. Economic Development is requesting $233,500 in the general fund for local small business development initiatives. This was left out of their fiscal year 22 budget and is being added now. Information Technology is requesting $159,390 in the general fund for temporary services that were not included in the fiscal year 2022 budget and to carry over funds for purchases not received in fiscal year 21. Parks and Rec is requesting $125,602 in the general fund to adjust the Doniana Move Trail, smart controllers, Women's Veteran Monument lighting repairs, and the water fountains at Provincial Park to actuals. Community Development is requesting $200,000 in the general fund for Project Doc software and to carry over a vehicle purchase from fiscal year 21. Public Works is requesting to carry over $101,571 in the general fund for Fire Station Number 3. The city is transferring $1 million from the general fund to the Vehicle Acquisition Fund to cover vehicle purchases. Police is requesting a carryover of $926,088 in the Vehicle Acquisition Fund for vehicles that were not received in fiscal year 21. Community Development is requesting a carryover of $70,000 in the Vehicle Acquisition Fund for a vehicle not received in fiscal year 21. Police is requesting a decrease in both revenue and expense in the Special Revenue Grants Fund to adjust the NMSU Youth Leadership Grant and the Police Department of Justice Byrne Federal Fiscal Year 2020 Grant to actuals. Utilities is requesting a carryover of $728,000 in the Griggs Walnut Plume Remediation Fund for flute wells. Public Works is requesting a carryover of $106,263 in the gas tax fund for rolling stock. Parks and Recreation is requesting $224,659 in the Community Investment Projects Fund to adjust 2019 median improvements to actuals. Parks and Recreation is also decreasing expense $722,051 in the 2017 Facilities Project Fund to adjust the 2019 median improvements to actuals. Public Works is decreasing expenses $231,014 in the 2019 Facilities Project Fund to adjust the Regional Aquatic Competitive Pool, Veterans Park parking lot, and Amador Hotel projects to actuals. There was more spent in fiscal year 21 than they had thought whenever they had created their budget. Parks and Recreation is decreasing both revenue and expense $5,320 in the Capital Projects Grants Fund to adjust the Pioneer Park improvements, University Loop, and park security lighting grants to actuals. Public Works is decreasing revenue and expense $438,109 in the Capital Projects Grant Fund to adjust the Telshore Cruce intersection, 2018 Brannigan Cultural Center improvements, 2018 Casa de Pellegrinos food storage, parking garage design, 2019 Brannigan Cultural Center improvements, 2019 street and flood control improvements, Amador Hotel Grant, Mesilla Valley Community of Hope flooring, Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Phase 1 dental, 2019 Casa de Pellegrinos food storage, Mearshite flooring, and police building renovations grants to actuals. Parks and Recreation is requesting $624,877 in the Public Parks Development Fund to adjust park impact fee projects and the water fountains at Provincial Park projects to actuals. Public Works is decreasing expenses $591,010 in the VAD Streets Projects Funds to adjust VAD Phases 1 and 2 to actuals. Las Cruces Airport is requesting $33,030 in the 2015 Hold Harmless Fund to carry over a line relocation from fiscal year 21. Public Works is requesting a decrease in expenses of $19,982 in the 2015 A Hold Harmless Fund to adjust Van Patten Avenue to actual. Public Works is decreasing expenses $3,122,866 in the Go Bond Projects 2019 Fund to adjust Go Bond projects to actuals. Public Works is decreasing expenses $1,230,701 in the 2017 NMFA Street Projects Fund to adjust the Tashiro Road widening project to actual. Public Works is decreasing expense $195,164 in the 2020 NMFA MGRT Fund to adjust the East Mesa Recreation Complex Road and Mesquite Tornillo drainage improvement projects to actuals. Airport is increasing revenue $23,000 and increasing expense $685,895 in the airport fund to carry over the coronavirus relief supplemental funding and airport master plan grants and to carry over projects not completed in fiscal year 21. Utilities is requesting $154,000 in the Utilities Shared Services Fund to carry over purchases of a portable building and utility hawk portal and transferring $120,000 to Fund 5160. Utilities is requesting $145,300 in the Shared Services Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to carry over vehicle purchases from fiscal year 21 and transferring in $120,000 from Fund 5100. Utilities is increasing revenue $5,500,000 and expense $5,626,020 in the Gas Operations Fund for items related to the Arctic freeze and to adjust the master plan to actuals. Utilities is requesting $415,200 in the Gas Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to carry over vehicle purchases into fiscal year 22. Utilities is decreasing expenses $192,000 in the Gas 15A Bond Projects Fund due to spending more in fiscal year 21 than they anticipated. Utilities is requesting $6,359 in the Water Operations Fund to increase inspections and transferring $500,000 to Fund 5360. Utilities is requesting $28,819 in the Water Development Fund to carry over the Zone 1 Interconnect Phase 3B. Utilities is requesting $12,000 in the Water 15 Bond Projects Fund due to not spending as much as they anticipated in fiscal year 21. Utilities is decreasing expenses $2,324 in the Water 16 Bond Projects Fund due to spending more funds in fiscal year 21 than they anticipated. Utilities is increase in expenses, $898,190 in the Water Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to carry over equipment purchases from fiscal year '21 and transferring in $500,000 from Fund 5300. Utilities is requesting $38,837 in the Wastewater Operations Fund to increase inspections and to hire 2 co-op students. Utilities is requesting $865,477 in the Wastewater 15 Bond Projects Fund to adjust expenses to actuals due to not spending as much as anticipated in fiscal year '21. Utilities is decreasing expense $17,425 in the Wastewater 15A Bond Projects Fund due to spending more than they anticipated in fiscal year '21. Utilities is requesting $438,100 in the Wastewater Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to carry over equipment purchases not received in fiscal year '21. Utilities is decreasing expense $30,000 in the Wastewater 14 Bond Projects Fund due to spending more in fiscal year '21 than anticipated. Utilities is requesting $404,194 in the Solid Waste Landfill Closure Fund to carry over the pre-1964 landfill project. Utilities is requesting $44,000 in the Solid Waste Equipment Replacement Reserve Fund to carry over vehicle purchases. Fleet Services in the Assistant City Manager's Office is requesting $30,000 in the Fleet Services Fund to carry over a vehicle purchase. And the high-intensity drug trafficking area is increasing revenue $59,899 and expenses $89,636 in the HIDA fund to adjust their grants to actuals. And now I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to discuss the CIP.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director for the record, and I'll be going over your CIP amendments. Now, Will did an excellent job of delineating the amounts on those carryover adjustments. We have over 40 adjustments on the CIP at this time with the close of fiscal year '21 moving into FY22. So what I will do, we have all but 2 are carryovers. The last 2 are being removed from the CIP. So I will go over those, and I will list those for the record. As stated, all of these are going to be carryover adjustments. We have the Amador Hotel, downtown parking garage, the East Mesa Rec Complex roads, Gold Bond question number 1, Parks and Sports Field improvements and additions, Go Bond question 2, the new animal shelter facility, Go Bond question 3, the new fire station number 3. Go Bond question 4, the walking, jogging, and biking trails and improvements and additions. Mesquite Tornillo drainage improvements. Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Casa de Peregrinos Food Rescue Warehouse. We also have the flooring at the Community of Hope, as well as the Health Phase 1 dental project at the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. Toshiro Road improvements, that is between Valley Drive and Motel Boulevard. The Voluntary Assessment District, Phase 1 and 2. Van Patten Avenue between North Alameda Boulevard and North Melendez Street. The Las Cruces Airport infrastructure improvements. We also have 826 Extension Runway at the Las Cruces Airport. Apalaca Park Aquatic Playground Multi-Use Path. Doña Ana Move Trail, Highland Park, Las Cruces Lateral RTP Trail, the Median Landscaping, Meerschaert Flooring, Park Security and Lighting, Park Smart Controllers and Pumps, Pioneer Women's Park Gazebo Improvements, Pueblos at Alameda, PVD Drinking Fountains, which is a Provencio Van Dam, Regional Rec and Aquatic Center Phase 2, a competitive pool, Veterans Parking Lot. We have the Women's Veterans Monument lighting repairs, a Police Department building renovations, Brannigan Cultural Center improvements, Gas Bond Projects 2015A bond, the wastewater treatment facility, the East primary clarifier. We also have the wastewater bond projects, 2015A bonds, as well as the wastewater street improvement projects, 2015 bond. Water development, water miscellaneous, and those cover all of your carryover adjustments. These next two projects are being removed from the CIP. We have Spruce, Telshore Boulevard and Treviso Drive intersection improvements. That is being removed because that grant was completed in FY21. Lastly, we have the removal of the Community of Hope Health Facility Phase 2. That is being removed because it is a duplicate from the future projects on the CIP. And with that, both Mr. Will and I will stand for any questions council may have.
Thank you, David. Mayor Pro Tem, was there any additional questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Will and David. Appreciate it. So, David, help me understand. So, carryover, it's money that was left over one fiscal year into, and then you're just bringing it over to the next. I'm seeing Leanne nodding her head, yes.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, so that is, a carryover could be either we spent more as an organization than what we anticipated when we were developing our budget, or we didn't spend as much as we anticipated. So that's where we have those plus and minuses moving forward on the carryovers as expenses and revenues.
Okay, okay. And so I see quite a few carryovers from District 1 stuff, like the Pioneer Park, gazebo, just various items. And so are those things that you're getting ready then to make more adjustments, rehab work, that kind of thing? I guess I'm wanting sort of an update on those areas specific to my district.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, that project is being taken on, I believe, by Parks and Rec and Facilities. So what I will do to have them provide an update for you at this time, so I will go ahead and call on either Parks and Rec or Facilities.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Kathy Matthews, landscape architect with Parks and Recreation. Mayor Pro Tem, yes, the gazebo at Pioneer Women's Park is an ongoing project, and we wanted to carry that project over and carry any leftover funding from last year over into this year. That didn't happen to get expended last year, so we're carrying it over to make sure we can expend all of the funding this year. That project is getting underway. The RFP for design work is in draft right now.
When do you anticipate it being complete and ready to put out in the
RFP, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, the RFP for design should be complete and ready to go in September, ready to put out on the street for proposals.
So do you have like a 30, 45 day once it's put out in September?
Mayor Pro Tem, typically we do allow anywhere between 2 and 4 weeks for proposers to get their proposals in for evaluation.
And what are the RFP, describe it to me, what are you asking?
Mayor Pro Tem, we're asking for complete design work of the gazebo, a renovation of the gazebo, per the master plan that was approved the year before last.
Thank you for that. People are asking, that's why I'm asking those questions. So thank you. Thank you so much. I see there were a lot of vehicle acquisition carryovers, right? Because cars were purchased, but you hadn't received them. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondola, that is correct. It's very hard to purchase vehicles. Right now, there's a shortage everywhere, and things were just delayed coming to us. And since we hadn't received them at the end of the year, we have to carry over the funding to pay for them now.
Can you tell me what the total of those vehicles that we've purchased and are just in the queue ready?
I don't have the exact number, but it looks like about $1 million that we're carrying over.
That would be helpful to know, like the number of vehicles, and then how many are electric? I know we've been pushing really hard to move in that direction, and I'm hoping that some of those are electric vehicles.
Mayor Pro Tem Gondola, I do not know that, but I will get you that information.
Thank you, Will. Thank you. And then, did you?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, we have 12 vehicles, about 12 vehicles for the PD. We also have 2 animal control vehicles that will be coming in. So we are carrying over the, which one is it? Well, in the back. The 926,000 for PD.
Okay. And then do you know the number of electric vehicles?
Electric vehicles? No, ma'am, I do not.
So how are we going to get that to us? And I know there's been some concern about electric vehicles specific to trucks and that sort. So I think I'm going to start pushing really hard that we start doing that. And you've had a number of the vehicles purchased and not sure that electric vehicles are in the queue. So I'm hoping that we can direct staff to make sure that that takes place sooner rather than later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then is this the one that talked about the Arctic freeze? Is that 5200? Yes, slide, is that 8? Can we have Ms. Delilah come and speak specific to that particular line item?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, this is an adjustment from our transfer from solid waste fund to our gas fund in order to cover the bill for the Arctic freeze. And as EFO was actually going to give it during his presentation on comments, that we were able to reduce that bill quite a bit.
By how much, Delilah?
We went from 10.5 million down, we reduced it 6.4 million.
Wow.
No, 6.6 million.
Wow,
So,
okay.
Well, more than 60%.
So the emergency rider that we have on, like for the 30-plus months, what is that?
That's
what does
still-
that mean to that?
That means that
specifically?
we'll reduce the rider from 30 months, it was 36 months, and now we're down to 20 for that rider. But we still have to pay the bill, and we'll recover that money eventually, but this transfer will cover the cash transfer for now.
Got it, okay. And then, Delilah, let me see, since I have you here. I'm sorry, I'm reading my notes. The gas bond project, the 2018A, slide 17. Can you explain that a little further for me?
Let's see. Oh, I have control here. 17?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. These are old bonds, and I believe we're just carrying over the balance, right, in order to close them out? Yep. So it's just carrying over the balance of those bonds, and then we'll be closing them in this fiscal year.
So Delilah, all of these carryovers, budget amendments or adjustments have nothing to do with new gas lines or anything. You're still working on that public comment. It still has to go to the board, right? I guess I need a little bit of an update, if you would, please.
Yes, correct. And I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself, Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director, for the record. So these are old bonds, perhaps where we're carrying over just a few $1,000s in order to close that expenditure and close out the entire project. These don't have anything to do with any new gas projects coming up that are part of our rate review. In that process, what we do is public outreach. We send out information on what's proposed. Those all go through the UCAG. The UCAG makes a recommendation to the Las Cruces Utilities Board, and then based on that input, the board will make a final recommendation to the council.
Thanks so
So
much.
we'll keep presenting as we move forward, and then the council will get all the information.
Sure. Do you have a time frame on that, Delilah?
I believe the board won't see it until October, so we expect it to be presented for the November council meeting.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mayor. Those are all my questions at this point. Thank you, Delilah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have just a couple questions for Ms. Walsh as well. I'm sorry to make you walk back. I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. I do just want to follow up quickly here on the gas development CIP items. I know that we don't We don't have any budget adjustments for the existing items for gas development, but did just want to ask a question related to gas development. I recall during a February meeting, we talked about the expansion of gas lines and projects, and I think you had mentioned that NASA would be a potential expansion to meet additional needs, but that you didn't anticipate any new additional gas lines or hookups except to complete, I believe, the existing gas system of service. Just looking at the budget and the $2.1 million for this fiscal year and $5 million for 2023, and then subsequent $1 million almost going into the next 3 years. Is that for planned expansion of service, or is that just for the redundancy of the gas line system?
For the most part, it is for continuation of our 2013 and 2016 master plans, where we are expanding that high-pressure loop. As we do that, we do get surveys through our service area asking customers, as we're coming this way, are you interested in hooking up to natural gas? So that will follow under the line extension policy. And typically, when customers hook up to our lines, we have so many customers have to respond, and then we give them a small credit toward the cost of hookup, because ultimately you have to pay to hook up to your gas line. And for the most part, these are only propane customers. We're not soliciting for customers who don't use propane, essentially. But for the most part, those extensions are related to the high-pressure looping of the system. But of course, as we're going by, we are going to outreach to customers and ask, are you even interested for the low-pressure hookups?
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. And is the looping of the system necessary to continue providing viable service, or could you remind me why that loop is needed?
Any kind of looping and redundancy is done in order to have reliable service and ensure continuous pressure through weather events. So a good example is the extensions that we're doing into the Delray area. That was the area in 2010 that actually lost gas service. We had to go back in and relight pilots because there wasn't enough pressure in that zone. And so for the most part, it is for that. Regarding like the NASA provide, depending on what they want, I can't predict what amount of gas they're going to want to use for their experimentation or what that would happen. But in the looping part, it's really just having a reliable, consistent pressure system.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. And I continue to just be a little concerned. I know this was before your time when the big expansion happened at Talavera. But I recall that it was about 960 parcels that were identified as viable, potentially new hookups. And I think to date we have, how many, do you know how many we have to date?
I don't know offhand, but I can get that information and send it to you. I do know, and the thing to think about the Talavera is that's part of the high pressure loop. So a portion of that, yes, we do pick up new customers, but for the most part, that's our mission, is to move out and loop to the Highway 70 line and make that circle. The customers that are out there now, I know we identified, it was close to 900 because when Southwest Gas was dissolved and we took over that gas service area for, I think Zia Natural Gas took over a portion, Hatch wanted to get out of the business, and then the city of Las Cruces, we agreed to take that East Mesa side. So I know that was the amount identified. I'll have to get with our gas department and ask how many hookups we've had since then. But that extension was not just for new customers. It really is the first phase of getting that loop closed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And how do we pass these costs on to customers if we are making assumptions that even half of those 900 customers would help offset the cost of the new lines and the redundancy in the system? Would that then go into the rate review to offset those costs onto existing customers?
When it comes to the high pressure extensions, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, when it comes to the high pressure system, that entire loop is a burden bared by the rate base. So all ratepayers, all 40,000 customers will pay for a portion of that. When it comes to new development, like new subdivisions, the developer pays all that, and of course it's passed on to the initial homeowner and the person who purchases the home. On the extensions into the propane customers, as our lines go by, there is a credit that is given to our customers of $1,400 per hookup, And then the actual consumer, let's say I'm going down Bob Street. I've got 10 people down Bob Street. It's going to take me $100,000 to go down Bob Street. Each of those owners is going to be on the hook for $10,000 when they hook up to the line, excluding the $1,400 credit we give under the line extension policy. So we do make the assumptions that eventually everybody who has propane will hook up, and that's over the long term. But ultimately, at the end of it, when everything's said and done and those propane users decide to switch over to natural gas, then that homeowner would have to pay the cost of hookup. So the initial infrastructure burden can be borne, at least a portion of it through our line extension policy, by the rate base, but then it comes back into the system. So when we review rates again, moving down the road, those considerations are made.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. The last thing I'll say on this is I think I just want to make sure that our what seems to be council's policy desires in getting away from additional fossil fuel development and new hookups. I think especially in the new home development area where you have the capability to have electric gas heaters that help us to do our part to reduce the increased use of natural gas during a time with record climate change and climate events. I think is just want to make sure that our policy desire aligns with our investment into the gas utility, and that continues to be something we're conscious of. And I know that puts a strain on the utilities department because it does provide, I know, the revenue to help carry other parts of the utility. And so having those honest conversations about how we begin to manage that offset of potential loss of revenue, or even if we were ever able to actually sell the gas utility, what that would mean, if that would be the council's desire. But lastly, yes, several members of public brought this up to me, maybe other members of the council, so I wanted to make sure to ask those questions today. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor. And I appreciate your acknowledgement of the challenge it's going to take for energy transition. We have the responsibility of providing an affordable and economic energy to our current ratepayers as well as our residents. For example, those with propane, we get calls. I'm looking at Dominique because she knows there's some people that call us constantly saying, you know, propane's 3 times the cost as it is natural gas, and they want us out there, but obviously there's a challenge. But in addition to that, the fact that we are challenged with that as well as decarbonizing the system and making sure that the emissions for the city of Las Cruces, as well as our commitment to reduce the use of fossil fuels is reduced. And I'm excited and nervous about moving into our energy transition plan, but in order to address that, we have proposed a decarbonization rider in the natural gas rates so we can focus on alternate uses of energy, exploring renewables within the utility, as well as providing that safe and reliable system. So it's a really big lopsided balls to juggle. But I appreciate the council support and your acknowledgement of what a challenge it's going to be to ensure our financial security, the commitment we have to our ratepayers as well as our natural gas users, and the commitment we have to our climate action plan as well as citizens. You know, I want a better world for my kids too, and it'll be a challenge, but we're getting there.
Thank you, Delilah, and later on during council comments, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And so I'm glad to hear that Councilor Vasquez has given up his gas stove, the tortillas, and for electric tortilla.
I'm all electric, Mayor.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
well, yeah.
the tortilla stick, you got to put a little bit of mantequilla on
Okay,
it.
all right, good. Just want to make sure about that. Any other council comments before I go to members of the public? Were there any members of the public that wanted to speak? I think Senator Hamlin, and looks like this gentleman here, and then looks like, so we have 4 people.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. City Manager Pili and I have a conversation about a reusable notebook that we like to use, and some swag that I've been talking about. My name is Carrie Hamlin, and I am here in the capacity as the CEO and President of the Las Cruces Green Chamber of Commerce, but I also have the humble honor of serving as Senator for District 38. I'm here today directly representing over 200 small businesses in the Mesilla Valley, and indirectly thousands more. And we became aware of the items related to the gas development in the budget, which is why I'm here talking with you today. And I appreciate the conversations that have already started as a result of this. The Green Chamber Board of Directors commissioned utility expert Philip Simpson to create a report analyzing a proposed Las Cruces utilities rate request. The proposed rate hike, in combination with a surcharge for costs incurred during Winter Storm Uri, will result in a 75% increase in the average bill for over 3,000 small businesses in our area. These are businesses that all of us know have suffered greatly during the worst of the COVID-19 closings and are only now beginning to recover economically. This report was presented to the Utility Customer Advisory Group last week as part of the ongoing rate review process. Since it hasn't made its way through that process to council, I emailed you this morning a copy of that report, which I urge you to read carefully. It is also available on the Green Chamber website. And relevant to today's discussion, Mr. Simpson uncovered a wide range of problems with the gas utilities' proposed line extensions, including their high costs and 20 years of related indebtedness, the poor or completely lacking economic analysis to support them, and their almost total disregard for the Climate Action Plan, and a resolution calling for the development of a gas utility transition plan and roadmap, which were both recently passed by council. The Green Chamber of Commerce urges you to read Mr. Simpson's report carefully, and in the meantime, act today to remove the almost $5 million of unnecessary gas development items from the capital improvements budgets. Those items do appear on page 50 of your council packet. We also urge council to make clear to Las Cruces Utilities that it doesn't want any gas line extensions or related debt, at least until the gas utility transition plan and roadmap have been developed and approved by council. The Winter Storm Special Rider is no longer being collected, and the serious issues raised in Mr. Simpson's report have been acknowledged and resolved. Mr. Simpson is here in the chambers, and I invite you to ask him for his expert opinion and perspective on the issues at hand, and I do appreciate your attention to this very important issue, especially to our small businesses, and as we continue to move forward, and I hope be a leader in the state regarding how we are using our utilities and going toward more renewable energy, not only for our community members and residents, but also for our small businesses. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Senator. We have a few more people. Will, did you?
Didn't want to leave the podium unmanned.
You didn't want to leave the podium unmanned? Are you a Toastmaster? That's good. That's the way it's supposed to be. Very good. This gentleman here? I think Ifo mentioned something about a raise for doing that, so that's pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it okay if I take my mask off? I am vaccinated. I am the Philip Simpson that Carrie referred to. I appreciate your time. I was very interested. I have some prepared remarks, but before I get into that, I was very interested in Ms. Walsh's comments, and I did learn a bit about the Delray extension, and I was not aware that in 2010 there had been a loss of service. So that may be a truly valid expense to increase the redundancy of the system. That's the 1.826 line item, 1.826 million. The other line item, I think it's $2.168 million. The majority, I'm familiar with those, the particulars that go into that 2.168 because it was part of my report. I looked at those expenses very carefully, and I don't believe they're related to looping the system. I believe those are extensions to provide new service to new customers without providing a redundancy benefit, with perhaps a few minor exceptions. So I just wanted to make that comment before I get into my prepared remarks. I have degrees in both mechanical and electrical engineering and worked at Holloman and White Sands for over 35 years. I have intervened and testified in El Paso Electric cases for the past 4 years, including the most recent rate case where the New Mexico PRC ruled El Paso Electric had to decrease rates for our residents of the city of Las Cruces. I also completed a graduate certificate in public utilities regulation and economics at NMSU in May 2020, and will receive my master's degree in economics with a concentration in public utilities in December. As Senator Hamblin mentioned, the Green Chamber of Commerce commissioned me to undertake an extensive analysis of the proposed Las Cruces utility gas rate increase and its impact on small commercial customers. My report documents that a significant portion of the proposed gas rate increase is attributable to new debt to construct gas line extensions. The capital improvement plan referenced in agenda item 6.3 includes almost $4 million for two items called gas development, which is all for gas line extension projects, except for $15,000 for a Sonoma Ranch metering station. The analysis and modeling in my report identified a number of issues with regard to gas line extensions, two of which I would like to highlight today. First, line extensions are heavily subsidized by existing customers. To use the Talavera project as an example, even under extremely optimistic assumptions about the number of new customers who will sign up for gas, existing customers, including many low-income households, will pay 2/3 of the cost of the Talavera line extensions. Second, gas line extensions are counter to the goals and strategies in the city's climate action plan to decarbonize energy in buildings and the transition of the natural gas utility to a natural gas and energy resources line of business that was approved by Council Resolution 21-153. That resolution that the council passed says that the gas utility will retire natural gas debt and move away from fossil fuels while maintaining reliability, safety, and affordability. In summary, new gas lines create new debt, decrease affordability for everyone by increasing rates.
Excuse me, Mr. Simpson, I apologize for interrupting.
Yes, sir.
Normally, we give 4 minutes each to members. I know the clock isn't working.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how much time you have left.
I'm about 3/4 of the way through, sir, if I could have one more minute.
Yeah, can I take it off a minute or two off your others that are here to speak? Yeah, it looks like someone said yes, so.
Okay, thank you.
You got a full 4 minutes, looks like.
All right. I would anticipate that redundancy, and we already have heard some of this, that redundancy and reliability might be raised as issues in defense of continuing to build new gas lines. My report addresses reliability, health, and safety beginning on page 17 and discusses things like looping of lines for redundancy and packing of lines for short-term storage. I noted in the report that increasing redundancy through looping or packing can increase reliability at the margins. However, reliability is rarely a problem for gas service, and added redundancy is usually an unnecessary expense. It doesn't help safety at all. It would not have helped with Winter Storm Uri, and the extra expense is a luxury we can't afford, especially for a utility in transition. In fact, Winter Storm Uri and the big expenses it caused are an example of the much bigger risk threatening the gas system, which is one of increased costs, not reliability. Based on my analysis, I recommend you fund the gas rehabilitation items on page 50, but remove the two gas development items from the approved CIP budget. And I would amend that and say that from what I heard from Ms. Walsh, it sounds like the Delray extension may be required to aid reliability, but the other one, the 2.126, or whatever the number was, over $2 million, I don't believe that is appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, he's just guarding the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm taking this off just to be a little bit more clear and hope everyone can understand me. I want to be as quick as possible. My name is Renee Frank. I'm a long-term resident of the Las Cruces area. I've been a realtor for the last 15 years. During that time, I have served on the board of directors of the Las Cruces Association of Realtors. Part of that time I was president of the association. I've been very involved with the Las Cruces home builders as well. I'm very concerned about the expenditure for new gas development that's going into the capital improvement budget. And I base my concern based on what I see as very strong national and local trends towards using electricity for residential and commercial buildings and away from fossil fuel usage. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, 25% of homes currently are already all electric, and based on the U.S. Census, 39% of single-family homes and 43% of multifamily buildings they're using electric heat pump technology for their heating as opposed to natural gas. Now, these numbers are projected to get stronger as a result of major technological trends, and that includes renewable energy, which is rapidly becoming the lowest cost source of energy across this country and across the world. And this is resulting in lower, not higher costs for electricity. Also, the electric-powered equipment and appliances for heating and cooling, as well as hot water heating. Basically, we're talking about the new heat pump technology. These are becoming more and more efficient and more cost-effective, even more so than their natural gas counterparts. I also, in the course of my business, have a lot of contact with builders, with developers, and with energy technology experts, locally and in our region. And based on the conversations with these folks, this has really confirmed my view that we are moving towards all-electric buildings that use modern air source heat pumps for heating and cooling and for hot water heating. These technologies, they're already much better than they have been in the past, and they are advancing rapidly. This means to me that there is a serious risk in the gas utility extending new gas lines. Basically what we're seeing is consumer and policy maker actions are addressing climate change. We're seeing lower price points for electric technologies, and add that to the growing health concerns about burning natural gas indoors. These are all leading to serious concerns. I believe, and I'll wrap this up right now, the City of Las Cruces would be very wise to bring an end to the extension of any new gas lines and to avoid incurring any new debt for that purpose. And I thank you all very much.
Thank you. So Don, you've got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Will, what happened?
I saw.
Oh, okay. No, nothing, go ahead. No, we're good. Yeah, no, sure it is. It's just unguarded right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Don Kurtz. I'm a city resident and a Las Cruces Utilities customer. I'm also thinking, I agree with the comments made so far by in the public comment. I'm also thinking of how quickly the decision-making context in terms of climate has changed. For most of us, even a few months ago, it was something out there that we needed to address at some point, and you know, Las Cruces Utilities was delivering a relatively clean product, and with a good thing going, it was planning to expand. Seemingly overnight, though, everything's changed. I think it's especially as we've realized as a country and as a people that we are in big trouble. Unprecedented high temperatures everywhere this summer, over 100 degrees above the Arctic Circle, where millions of square miles of tundra is waiting to melt and dump ever more methane into the environment. Fires, storms, and flooding are threatening lives and destroying infrastructure. And there's not a place on Earth that climate's impact isn't being felt right now, and where its dangers, including all of the things we've seen this summer, aren't accelerating much more rapidly than the models had predicted. In short, the house is on fire, and we, my friends, have got to put it out. Luckily, what we can do about it is much more clear than it was a year ago as well. The main point is we've got to stop burning stuff to fuel our vehicles and heat our homes and water. And that's something we can do as individuals and community that will have a huge impact on our climate trajectory. What that means essentially is electrification, which is a national trend that we're hearing more and more about. And that's because electricity can be generated from non-carbon sources, something in New Mexico we're already committed to because of the state's Energy Transition Act, which requires that all public utility-generated electricity be 50% zero carbon sourced by 2030 and 100% by 2045. Time is short, as all studies have indicated, and mass electrification is one of the best ways we know of to decarbonize on a global level relatively inexpensively and in time to make a difference while we can. I want to congratulate the mayor and council for your proactivity in this area. You initiated work on a climate action plan several years ago, so it's already in place. We're way ahead of a lot of cities in that respect. A few months ago, you passed the EV ordinance and a resolution calling for a gas utility plan. And, relative to the issues being expressed today, you've expressed what I've observed in watching the council meetings and the tapes of the council meetings, what has seemed to be a council commitment to stop the expansion of new utility lines and the debt associated with that, which I want to congratulate you, is and would be a huge step forward in the challenge we face. I'd also like to say that we're fortunate to have a city-owned gas utility, which for years has delivered safe, reliable, low-cost service to customers. My hope is that they will put their dedication and experience and their large organization and workforce to work in actively and robustly facilitating this energy transition. It's going to require a complete rethinking of what an energy utility means, but I'm confident that they, with the council's help and support, can get it done. My last word here. These are exciting times. It's not often that we get, as a council, utility, or people, the chance to literally save the world. And that's what we're talking about today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Sorg.
I didn't quite catch, you said my name? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank the council members here that have spoken today and in the past. I want to thank everybody in the public that has made their comments here today. I just wanted to announce this was going to come real soon anyway, so I might as well get it over with now. And that is that I'm going to propose a resolution for the City Council to read something along the lines that all new city buildings, new facilities must be all electric and no natural gas will be used in these new facilities from that point on. So that we aren't going to be burning natural gas. I made a statement here probably 10 years ago. I remember it was on the radio, and we were talking about climate change and fossil fuels, et cetera. And I said, yeah, natural gas is an okay fuel source in the interim to get us through to where we are completely free from burning fossil fuels. And so now is the time to work on getting that natural gas also stop it from burning. But I'm not going to stop there. I'm going to say that we're going to have a plan so that all new buildings and all remodeled buildings in this city will be all electric. We used to say it back in the 60s and 70s, you have a total electric home. Well, that's what we're talking about, where there's no fossil fuels being burned in these homes. And as you heard from comments made by Ms. Frank and so forth, there is ways of which we can have a affordable house that is all electric. So in other words, I think El Paso Electric might be very pleased with us saying that or doing that. But I was going to say that finally, we need to keep these fossil fuels in the ground, not bring them out and not burn them. And that's where we're going to do in the future here. This is coming along. We're going to start it in the PRC, and then it'll come to this council eventually. Okay, that's all I had to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And as I mentioned during the council comments, I'll have something that might be able to correspond real nicely with what you were talking about. A little bit easier also to pass. Anyone else? Members of the public? Oh, Delilah.
Delilah Walsh for the record, and I just want to make some clarification comments that I do want to remind the council. First of all, I'm in full support of our climate action plan and all the efforts we have for energy transition within our community. That's not the issue, but just a reminder that we didn't say electrification in the climate action plan for the sake of electrification. We talked about electrification as long as we could do it with renewables, because the last thing we want is EPE, which I know they have their energy transition goals to comply with New Mexico's Energy Transition Act. We want to make sure that their focus is on renewables and that they're not just burning more natural gas to provide electricity to those systems. Second, on the debt retirement, that resolution that the council passed said our energy transition plan will focus on retirement of natural gas debt as part of this overreaching and overall plan. So I just want to give a reminder of that. We just got that order this year, so we still have to budget for that plan and then actually write the plan, but we are committed to it, and it is something that we're including with future budgets. So in addition to that, we've already changed our strategic business plan through our Las Cruces Utilities Board to change the natural gas line of business to a natural gas and energy line of business. So we can focus on those alternatives. And we've done that work with our cogeneration engines at our Jacob Hands wastewater treatment plant using methane in order to run that plant, the methane that's resultant of our wastewater process, as well as the power purchase agreements that we have happening at our well sites where we're using solar power in order to assist with water production. So we are very much committed to that decarbonization and moving forward, but I just wanted to make clarification on those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Delilah. Yes, Councilor. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make one clarification. I know there was a request to remove this item from the CIP list, but not germane to the item that we're discussing today in terms of the amendments to the existing CIP and budget. So I just wanted to make that clear for members of the audience. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Sorg.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, the state of New Mexico is required to have 50% of our electricity come from renewable, non-carbon sources. And by 2045, it'll be 100%. So we're going to be right in line. By the time to 2040s come, we won't need natural gas.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-016. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 6.4, Resolution 22-017.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez, and Will be presenting again.
Good afternoon, William Blanchard, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept 4 new grants and to adjust the budget and the CIP. The Quality of Life Department Senior Programs is receiving $5,000 of Meals on Wheels Loves Pets funding. Senior programs will use these funds to purchase pet food and to pay for veterinary care, grooming, and temporary boarding for the Food for Paws program. Funding will help the program support more than 100 local seniors in caring for over 270 pets in Las Cruces. There is no required match for this funding. Parks and Recreation is receiving $183,696 of RTP wayfinding for the City of Las Cruces Trails and Parks funding. There is a cash match of $31,304 being paid out of park impact fees for a total project amount of $215,000. Funding is provided through a federal program for the U.S. Department of Transportation Recreational Trail Program and will be used to design a comprehensive, cohesive wayfinding signage program that will increase the visibility and accessibility of the city's trails and parks system. The City Manager's Office is receiving $255,447 in FEMA disaster relief funding from the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. This funding is to cover COVID-19 related expenses incurred by the city during the period of March 1st, 2020 through September 15th, 2020. The costs included in this reimbursement are for citywide contractual expenses, materials and supplies, and COVID-19 related advertising expenses. There is no required match for this funding. Quality of Life is receiving $238,706 from the Non-Metro Area Agency on Aging for the fiscal year 22 Nutrition Service Initiative Program. This funding will be used by senior programs to support the provision of meals and nutrition services for older adults in Las Cruces during fiscal year 22, including congregate and home delivered meals. There is no required match for this funding. And with that, here are your council options. I have Madeline Shea from Grants here, as well as representatives from the departments available to answer your questions.
Thanks, Will. Mayor Pro Tem, did you had this pulled off? Was there a question that you had? Well, let me go to Councilor Sorg and to you. Councilor Sorg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Will. I wanted to ask our Grants Department if they
Excuse me, Councilor, can you talk to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Darn it all, I'm so far away. This didn't set up too well here. Have you checked into the Land and Water Conservation Fund for grants? Oh, here comes the team.
Good afternoon, Councilor Sorg, Mayor. I'll defer to Amy Johnson Bassford.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Amy Johnson Bassford, Grants Administrator. Yes, we have. We currently are awaiting an agreement from that group for the Apodaca Park improvements that we'll be making. And additionally, we're beginning to look at that for additional parks that may be a good opportunity for it. They have reduced the amount that we can apply for, so it may limit the number of parks or the park that we would choose to work on.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you find your question?
No, the presentation helped me. So thank you, Mayor.
So no further questions? Okay. Members of the public? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-017. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gonda?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to 7.1, which is a public hearing. And it's 3:03 p.m., so the public hearing is now on. Is there any members of the public here that wishes to speak either in for or against approving the request for a restaurant and beer and wine license to Cracker Barrel Old Country Store located at 1490 Hickory Drive, Las Cruces?
Mr. Mayor,
yes?
members of the council, my name is Mark Rhodes. I am the attorney who represents the applicant. I would really not like to speak unless there are questions from either the council or from the general public regarding clarification of the application.
Okay, excuse me, Attorney Rhodes, I can barely hear you, but just if you don't mind just standing by in case we need you. We may not need you to speak, but because I don't see anyone here who's for or against, so I'm going to end the public hearing now, which is at 3:04 p.m., and then I'm going to ask for a motion and a second to adopt this resolution.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi. If there's no further comments or questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-018. Councilor Abeta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so there you go. So don't charge your client anything, Attorney Rhodes. Just kidding.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to item 7.2, Resolution 22-019.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. For the record, Jose Cardona, Senior Buyer, Purchasing Program, Finance Department. Before you is a resolution approving a contract for airport planning, technical writing, and professional services. A little bit of background on this procurement. Las Cruces International Airport requires consultation services for support in the planning of future projects, technical writing, and professional services. The procurement process was started with a request for proposals, number 2021-069. The RFP was issued on January 29th, and the proposals were received on March 2nd, 2021. There were 2 proposals that were received. A selection advisory committee evaluated and interviewed the proposers and recommended award to Du Bois and King of Randolph, Vermont. The contract has an initial term through September 27th of this year with 2 one-year renewal terms. The annual total contract amount is not to exceed $850,000, including gross receipt tax. Payments shall be made in accordance with an itemized invoice based on the cost per task within the contract. Some of the tasks that the recommended vendor will be completing is updating the planning and administrative processes, procedures, and technical documents, ensuring that the airport is in compliance with federal, state, and local laws, as well as regulations and ordinances, and examine opportunities for the airport to be a business hub for the aviation, aerospace, and unmanned aerial systems sectors. With that, these are your options, and I start with any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Seeing none from the public? No? Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-019. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
And the mayor is absent. Oh, he votes yes. Thank you.
Okay. Next is resolution number 22-020, a resolution establishing airport operational and development policy in support of the development of air service for Las Cruces International Airport. Hello, Mr. Hume.
Good afternoon.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Sorg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second made by Councilor Vasquez. Mr. Hume. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Andy Hume, and I have the privilege of serving as administrator for the Las Cruces International Airport. The basis for this resolution actually was the work session that we gave back in July of 2026. So I'll be very brief in a quick recap and then talk about the purpose of this resolution. At the work session back in July, we covered short, medium, and long-term goals that we are wanting to reach with regard to the development of passenger service. This is in connection with the City Council strategic plan that outlined the desire to reestablish passenger service and also have a goal of 20,000 annual enplanements. So that's what this project is seeking to achieve. And we talked about some of the, I would say, very conservative projections that are put forward based on both the intra and interstate projects that we're working on. So just a quick glance again at the projections that we're looking at as far as annual employments and also looking at jobs created through this project. So specifically regarding this resolution, there's a few reasons why we're requesting this resolution move forward. One is for the Rural Air Service Enhancement Project. That's the intrastate grant that we're seeking. The application requires a letter of support from the governing body. So that would be one reason for this resolution. The other is working on showing the local support, not just to the FAA, which certainly they're important and we want to make sure that they're on board with us, but also showing that to any airlines who are interested in coming to Las Cruces. As was pointed out at our July 26th meeting, there are some airlines who have reached out to us and are very interested in providing service, but we want to make sure that there is that local support from the governing body showing moving forward with this passenger air service. And then last but certainly not least, every chance I get, I want to make sure that we expound on the vision, connecting Las Cruces with New Mexico, the U.S., and beyond. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your attention, and here are the options, and I'll answer any questions.
Thanks, Andy. Any comments or questions? So I have one, Andy, and I don't know if the other day, the city manager and we met with the garrison commander from Fort Bliss, and they were talking about how, and I'm sure members of the public know or may not be aware of it, that is probably the largest Army facility in the United States. And you have constantly men and women coming in for training and leaving. And they actually, unless I heard wrong, Ifo, the garrison commander was saying that even they have challenges that they're at El Paso airport because of just the number of people coming in on commercial airlines. And we volunteered to, if they wanted to start using Las Cruces airport, and because normally if you were to take a Southwest Airlines and we asked them to start coming into Las Cruces, they're going to say, hey, well, why would we do that? Because we're going to just reduce from El Paso. But the way I understood it, correct me if I'm wrong, Ifo, that they were so busy that they're not able to use Southwest. They have to use all these different other carriers. So if we could maybe take a look at that, whether it's Southwest or American Airlines, that may be enough volume to help with whether it's Southwest or American Airlines. And just for those members of the public who may not have been aware of that one meeting that we had, we were looking for one airline carrier to at least take us from Las Cruces to Phoenix, and then from there they could, or Las Cruces to Dallas. We hadn't decided. But it's possible with this new information, because the garrison commander, the colonel, said that a lot of them live back east. So that would, in that case, that would obviously be better if they went to Dallas. But again, there's also a lot that live in the West Coast, so that could also lend itself to going to Phoenix. So we might be able to leverage that and actually have two routes coming in, one to Phoenix, one to Dallas. Did I characterize that right, Ifo? Yeah, okay. So have you, and this is relatively new, so we'll try to get you that information if you could reach out to their public affairs division or even the garrison commander himself. He grew up here, Mayfield graduate, and his dad retired here, also colonel in the Army. So I thought that was pretty good news. That really helps us out a lot. Any other comments? No? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-020. Councilor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thanks, Sandy. Item 7.4, Resolution 22-021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondeta, and Mr. Matt Sines will be presenting.
So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Interim Chief Budget Officer with the Budget Office. I also have Mr. David Cedillo on the back to help answer any questions regarding the CIP adjustments related to the adjustment today. So just for a little background, we have the ARPA direct allocation that we received of $24.8 million. This is split into two equal payments. We received the first on May 19th of 2021 in the amount of $12.4 million. We also anticipate to receive the second half, 12 months from that date, in May of 2022. And just for a brief timeline, on June 14th, we brought forward management's initial recommendations. We received some feedback from Council and further refined those adjustments and brought those forward to Council on July 12th. Most recently, Ms. Natalie Green, the Housing and Neighborhood Service Manager, presented the NGOs, or the Non-Governmental Organization Plan, on August 9th. So this is the ARPA allocation, along with the funding objectives as well as eligible uses using the interim final rule. So I just want to point out that we will not receive the final ruling until September. So until then, we might have some slight modifications within that, and we will bring those forward through management and to Council if necessary. So the first category is to support public health response. We are allocating $2 million for public safety programs. The next category is to replace public sector revenue loss. This was a calculation that was provided by the U.S. Treasury, assuming a 4.1% growth rate. Again, this does not allow for additional funding. However, this allows us to carve out a section of the total and apply those to governmental services, including pay-go funding for buildings and infrastructure. So our calculation is $6.9 million. We are allocating the full amount towards capital projects that have been directly impacted from COVID-19, including increased cost in materials and labor. The next category is to address the negative economic impacts with a total of $11.4 million, with community development and economic initiatives of $10.4 million, and visit Las Cruces tourism and hospitality at $1 million. Our fourth category is to improve water and sewer infrastructure with a total of $3.5 million. We will be funding the Calle Encanto, Calle del Sol of $2.2 million, and sewer connection incentive programs at $1.3 million. Lastly, we have premium pay for essential workers at $1 million. So this is a detailed breakdown for the first and second tranche. For the first category, we have public health safety for the mobile integrated health and squad vehicles for a total of 3 ambulance units of over $500,000. We have police victim advocate and community advocate vehicles, a total of 4 vehicles at $160,000. We have police communication, which includes cell phones and software for their data terminals of $40,000. These are all in the first tranche. The next few adjustments are going to be in the second tranche. So we have police, fire, CPR, EMT training of $500,000, police smart technology, which is $200,000 for the surveillance trailer, and the mobile integrated health and the mobile crisis intervention team station design of $365,000. Lastly, we have PPE for emergency response for police and fire. We're breaking those out by $35,000 for the first tranche and $175,000 for the second. Our total adjustment that we're bringing forward today is $760,000 for the first tranche. Next, we have public sector revenue loss. All these items will be addressed in the first tranche. We have the community pool of $429,000, transit maintenance building at $2.3 million, and the GO bond projects, which include the new animal shelter, fire station number 3, trails, and park improvements of $4.1 million. Our total adjustment for today is $6.8 million. Next is to address negative economic impacts. We are providing Visit Las Cruces with $500,000 in each tranche, and also community projects of $2.8 million for the first tranche and $7.5 for the second. Our total adjustment for today would be $3.3 million. Next, we have water and sewer infrastructure with Calle Encanto, Calle del Sol will be funded in the second tranche of $2.2 million. We also have the sewer connection incentive program of $425,000 in the first tranche and $875,000 in the second. Total adjustment for water and sewer for the first tranche is $425,000. Lastly, we have premium pay. We are funding that from the first tranche of $1 million. As you can see on our grand total, we have the equal amounts of $12.4 million for each tranche with a total of $24.8 million. So these are the adjustments that we are providing by fund and department. I know these are redundant, so please bear with me. Chief Administrative Office, we are reducing expenditures of $11.4 million. We are removing the placeholder for the ARPA with our initial budget adjustment, and we're going to allocate those among the different line items down below. However, we are leaving $1 million for premium pay. So police, we are requesting $200,000, which vehicles are $160,000, and communications of $40,000 for their cell phones and software. Fire, we are requesting $560,000 for the MIH and squad vehicles of over $500,000, and emergency response of $35,000 for their PPE. Las Cruces Utilities, we are requesting $425,000 for their sewer connection incentive program, and economic development with $2.8 million for community and economic initiatives. Continuing with Fund 2100, we have the Assistant City Manager for Visit Las Cruces. We have $500,000 with advertising of $250,000, web visual assets of $160,000, event revitalization of $50,000, and key programs of $40,000. Also on Fund 2100, we are going to transfer out $4.6 million in revenues to Fund 4100. This is going to fund the capital projects under Fund 4100, as you'll see on the next slide. So up at top on Fund 4100, we have Public Works with the expense of $4.6 million for the community pool of $429,000 and the GO bond projects of $4.1 million. We're also transferring $2.3 million from Fund 2100 to Fund 5923 to fund the capital projects under transit. As you see at the bottom, we have Fund 5923 for Public Works. We are budgeting $2.3 million for the transit maintenance facility. So with that, I want to thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to discuss the capital improvement program. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director, and I'll be going over the CIP amendments along with this budget adjustment. The first we have the GO bond, is the ARPA funding. All of these will be budget adjustments, and that will be added to the CIP as a listing for ARPA funds. Second, the Regional Aquatic Center, Phase 2 competitive pool, that will be added as ARPA funds, along with the Municipal Service Center for Transit. With that, both Matt and I are available for any questions, along with any other departments.
Thanks, David. Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Beatriz-Dewey, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo and Mr. Saenz for the presentation. I just have a couple quick questions, hopefully. And I'm so sorry, Mr. Saenz, but on one of your slides, and I forgot to note down the number, but it was basically where you had the spending breakdown between the first tranche and the second tranche. Also, I love the word tranche. Yes, yes, this one. For addressing negative economic impacts, the first tranche for community projects will be covering this 2.8 million, and then the next one, the 7.5 million. Can you just help me understand how that will work, given that in the first tranche, the 2.8 million, that could potentially be one project, given what we discussed at our last work session? So do we approve and fund the projects and then replace that funding when the next tranche comes in, or how does that work?
Mayor Councilor Bencomo, as you know, Natalie discussed last Monday, it's going to take a little bit for her process to get going, so we started her off with the initial amount so that she can get her RFPs and the process rolling. But I'm going to go ahead and defer the question to Ms. Natalie Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Bencomo. Matt is correct. Based on the timeline, and because we have to bring all those contracts, and Natalie Green for the record in case I missed it, we have to bring those contracts for council approval. Likely they'll come the first meeting in January, if not the second meeting in January. And then by the time the agencies are under contract and gear up, we'll have already received the second tranche. So the 2.8 will get us pretty far along. It's very unlikely we pay on reimbursement. And then we also ask our organizations that are applying to have organizational capacity to withstand at least a month, if not up to 2 months, without reimbursement. So between that timeline, we will have received the second tranche. So there should be no delay in any projects moving forward. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Natalie. That's very helpful to understand. And then, Mr. Sines, today are you asking us to vote on accepting the first tranche, or are we voting on this entire plan? Because you said something about September, right? I think something else is coming to us in September.
So Mayor Councilor Bencomo, we are requesting an approval for the first tranche adjustments for the allocations that were presented. We do have to wait till the final ruling for the ARPA funding. So there might be some modifications that we have to make at the time, but this is our initial budget request so that the projects such as the capital improvement projects can get rolling on that, since it does take such a long time to get the ball rolling on those.
Got it. Thank you. That clarifies everything for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sines. That last clarification actually is very helpful, but knowing that there is a little bit of wiggle room to adjust items, I did want to just ask our city manager and those that are our chiefs in our emergency services. As we know, unfortunately, the pandemic isn't over entirely, and as we see other neighboring states have strained resources, we might once again be facing those same issues. And I was wondering if we've made plans appropriate. I see we have PPE here available, but if we have any other plans as far as adjusting for any overtime or helping out as well with other vaccination events, if need be.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, Amy Johnson Bassford, Grants Administrator. So the funding that we're providing for the fire department is for emergency response right now for $35,000 for additional PPEs. I just want to remind council that we still have access to FEMA disaster recovery funds as well as FEMA vaccination funds. And so should we begin to see a spike again where emergency sheltering, emergency vaccinations, emergency work by our public safety force is needed, we do have alternate funds, sources of funding as well as this ARPA funding.
Thank you. And you feel like those will be adequate enough?
I don't believe that the federal government yet has put a limit on the disaster recovery. They have not closed the disaster declaration yet. So as long as that declaration is open, we have access to those funds. And that was one of the budget adjustments you saw earlier today, where we received reimbursement for funds from last year. Fantastic. Or expenses from last year, excuse me.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to add on, I just answered directly Councilor Beta-Stubbe. I do feel comfortable with where we are financially. Like Amy mentioned, we do have several different pots and funds that we pull from to address those needs. It's really difficult right now to put a number to it and actually have a set amount for that, but we feel comfortable where we are financially. I feel like we can, if we do have those spikes, we can address it quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ifo. Thank you, Councilor Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Slide 5, could you remind me, and for the public really, the public sector revenue loss? I know there was a formula and how you picked and selected those things, and would you explain that for me again, Matt?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can describe the formula, and I will need some help from Mr. David to describe the projects and the selection process for those. So again, it was a standardized calculation. We got to choose whether the higher of 4.1% that was provided by the U.S. Treasury or our actual growth rate. Our growth rate was a little bit under maybe 4%. So we went ahead and used that, and it is a counterfactual calculation assuming growth in the future for those. So according to the calculation, our total came up to 6.9 million, and those are the amounts that we're applying towards the capital projects. And I'll defer to Mr. David Cedillo.
Mayor Pro Tem, David Cedillo, Public Works Director for the record. And the projects that were submitted to move forward to utilize this funding was sent to a committee at the city manager's office that were vetted and discussed and wanted to move forward. The important thing that the committee wanted to touch base on is what impact, or what would be the largest impact by utilizing this funding that would help the entire community and not just concentrate on one source or one area. So the committee felt that the GO bond projects, since we do have that commitment from the community by voting on it and us to move those forward, based on the increased cost of both material and labor that have been discussed before, we felt that that was a commitment that the organization needed to move forward to be able to provide that to the citizens of Las Cruces. Also, to help move forward the transit facility as well. That's going to have a huge impact on our residents, our constituents, our guests that come to the city. And also, we had already moved forward with the pool. We were trying to close that gap to make sure that we also finish things that had been approved and started. That way, we followed through on that commitment to the community as well on that project.
Thank you, David, for that. I remembered all that. We have some faces, new faces in the public, and I just wanted for them to be clear as to how or why we picked those. Slide 4 on the station design. Now, is that just, remind me again for this, the MCIT station design. So nothing this first tranche, but $365,000. And is that going to be in addition to one of the fire stations? Please help me understand that a little more.
Mayor Pro Tem, so for the mobile integrated health MCIT station design, I will defer that to a representative from fire. I don't believe that there has been a selection process for that at this time. I believe it was just a recommendation and then going forward on the design for that. But I'll defer to a representative from fire.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Candra, Deputy Fire Chief Adrian Arias for the record. So Matt is correct. At this point, there was an idea looking forward for the future. That's why there's nothing solidified at this point. Looking at the expansion of MIH and the services the communities benefited from, we're looking at a potential building in the future, and the $300,000 will be just for the design phase of that project. Looking ahead, that would be a couple of $1 million project, and this would probably get us one step closer to identifying, identifying how much a project of such would cost.
Okay, so just preliminary, visionary sort of.
That is correct. Currently, where station 3 sits at, that building will more than likely be demolished based on the condition that it's in. that makes an ideal location for that type of services within the community, being that that's one of the areas where we find a lot of our customers and MIH clients that would greatly benefit from those type of services in that type of building.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Any other questions, Council?
No, nothing on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Slide 7, Matt, on the community econ initiatives.
Oops.
Can you explain in more detail what that consists of?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, community and economic initiatives. Can you explain in more detail what those are?
Yes, ma'am. I will defer the question to Ms. Natalie Green.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Candida Natalie Green for the record. At this time, those are projects that would be selected through the RFP process, so there's nothing specific yet, but that will be forthcoming as that process rolls out.
Yes, thank you, thank you. And then I'm Assistant City Manager, that particular item. Is that on the next slide, Matt? Slide 8? I don't think we've had that conversation, or is that Visit Las Cruces? We did have it, yes, okay. And can you speak a little more in detail in relation to that?
Mayor Pro Tem, I will defer the question to Ms. Rochelle.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem.
So Rochelle, you get a shot now. Councilor
I
Vasquez
know,
is here.
Councilor Vasquez. I don't know if he watched that council session. So, as we mentioned before, we're going to do cooperative advertising with the travel, tourism, and hospitality businesses that have been negatively impacted by the pandemic. And we are coming up with an application, I want to call it application process, where they have to show that they were negatively impacted by the pandemic, but that's only one part of it. We're also, as we spoke in the other session, we're going to be advertising across the board, just evergreen, kind of come eat here, come do outdoor recreation here, visual assets showing off our city that will bring people to go frequent those types of businesses. We also are increasing our visual assets, social media with search engine optimization and marketing. As we mentioned to council previously and specifically to Councilor Vasquez about our website being redone. Event revitalization, the reason that is only $40,000 for the first tranche is a lot of events are not going to be live until 2022. So we didn't need the full amount on that. And then the key programs are the Biz Sprint opportunities we spoke about. Also, the Explore to Live, promotion of Explore to Live to get people to come visit, but also live in our community. And again, that tourism, travel, and hospitality business promotion. To explain a little bit more on that, we're looking at opportunities to do, for example, a feature in one of the papers, and then promote those 3 or 4 businesses through radio ads, billboards, social media, to help kickstart their business and remind people that they're there and available for them.
Rochelle, will you talk a little more specifically about the Biz Sprint and what that particular initiative offers?
Sure. So we just did one with Arrowhead on outdoor recreation, and what that does is it provides businesses education and guidance on how they can expand their businesses or create businesses in a certain, it can be specialized or it can be general. And I had just spoken to actually Councilor Bencoma on this, how we thought of perhaps doing some specifically to space tourism, cannabis tourism, but also some generalized events as well in travel, hospitality, and tourism, Currently, it's my understanding that economic development or business development may have a agreement with Arrowhead at about $20,000 per training session. We figured between now and the next tranche, we could fit 2 in.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Talk to me about the business incubator. We had some conversations about it maybe not fitting specifically with another source, but it could possibly fit here. Why isn't it a part of this?
The business incubator is not a Visit Las Cruces project?
No, it isn't.
No. But it could potentially,
maybe it's
something
more
could
towards-
happen. Yes,
Maybe it's
definitely.
more towards, directed to Mr. Peely.
Yes.
Yeah, we had that a part of, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and Council, we had that a part of the TID budget, but we chose to pull that out. We needed to get more details rather than just put a placeholder. That number that we included originally had to do with the purchase of a building, but there was no programming. Our hope is that we also will get, with the economic development RFPs that come in, that we might get some third-party organizations that submit and provide that programming. But that is something we looked at the TID, and then also from another a pot, and again, the only pot that we considered in ARPA was that RFP, the part, the one you just questioned, had a question about.
Okay, so I thought there was some legal question related to using the TID, the Tax Increment Development District funding for the incubator program.
I'm not sure if there's a legal question there, but Jennifer, do you?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, there is a legal question about using TID funds for facilities that are not public. Use of TID funds has to be for public facilities. And so we've kind of been talking with economic development and how that could happen. But once a building is leased to a private entity, that becomes questionable as to whether or not it's open to the public. There are many, many uses that can be used and considered a public use of TID funds, but we would have to look at those details very carefully.
So Jennifer, I know the question was about purchasing that, so it would be a city facility, purchasing that building in downtown. I think that's where the price tag for the million, there was a question, that would be, there'd be a legal issue regarding that purchase?
Mayor and Council, it would be as to whether or not that would be a use of a city facility. It would become a city facility and it'd have to be used for the public. If you're going to use TID funds.
Okay. So there's still a lot to consider, Mayor Pro Tem, and that's the reason we excluded it from the last presentation on the TID. But as soon as we get that ironed out, we'll probably come back through the TID, to the TID board. That's how we'll look at that. But certainly, again, we'll consider any program that's submitted through the RFP process through that section.
The one that Natalie Green is facilitating, correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I'm a little hesitant about approving this in one bulk. I think there are some items that are ready and some that are you're still, not clear and have to, and this is not directed really to Rochelle, but mostly in general. I feel that there's not a lot of detail and it gives me pause. And so my recommendation would be is to, single out the ones we are ready for, and for me, and get a little more detail. I'm concerned that we haven't heard. I think we were clear as council that we wanted to hear from the public. I haven't heard if we've heard, from the public in terms of how they want this money to be utilized. I think there was a survey. Am I making this up? We have a bunch of surveys out. Is that what we have done? And could we get, if it has been done, what the general consensus is in terms of utilization of this funding?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, we discussed the public comment at the last work session. So we had a public comment period for about 10 days or two 2 weeks. The public comment came back overwhelmingly in support of providing funding to housing, income support, food insecurity infrastructure, some equity in transportation and infrastructure planning, and I can't recall the rest. There was approximately 50 emails, and then we had 9 members of the public attend the 2 public hearings that we held.
Natalie, thank you so much for describing that for me. Now, is that specific to your RFP process, or does that include this first tranche of money? Or it feels, you know what I'm trying to say? It's different. It's different. Some of it is for your the benefit of the services that you want to provide, or the RFP process, but it doesn't, in my mind, include this portion.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp Natalie Green, for the record, I'll defer to Amy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Amy Johnson Bassford, for the record, Grants Administrator. So I attended both of the public meetings that were held. There was no real discussion from any of them on anything other than the community RFP process. We did receive a couple emails regarding the use of the other funding. Those have been taken into consideration. Some of those projects are already being funded through other sources. As Natalie said, the majority of them were overwhelmingly towards income support, which falls under Natalie's category. I believe that every one of the departments that submitted items that we presented to you all are very clear in their planning for what they need to use the money for, and that they're very anxious to get started on the money, which is why we're bringing it forward at this time. Particularly the infrastructure needs to get started. Those programs are already in the contract stage, and they are being built at this time, some of them, like the pool. We need to get that funding to those programs to get them finished, or we could see additional increases. The other ones, such as police, public safety, those folks were very clear on what they needed, and then we allowed for a certain amount of funding to be held back should a spike be seen through the Delta variant or future variants that we might see in the next year or so. I believe the other departments were very clear on what they wanted to use, and so if there are some that you have questions on, I'd be happy to try and help clarify it.
Well, Amy, the specific one is the MIH one. They're sort of this vision of increasing their service array, but not very specific in terms of what that looks like. So that's one.
Right.
I understand the GeoBond and the infrastructure. I think we should move on those.
Okay.
That's why my recommendation is to separate them out, because I don't think a lot of these are ready. You have
Right.
some in the queue, and I think we should move on those quickly, and those are all the infrastructure ones.
So anything that was not very precise or had a definite deadline was put into the second tranche. So on the MIH Mobile Crisis Team, right now there is no home for those folks. They are like sharing space with other people. They have nowhere to work out of, really. And so the wish of Chief Smith was that we look at building a building for them as a permanent program that the city is going to be having from now on. The MIH program is growing as we speak. They're going to be getting some squad vehicles. One of those vehicles is specific to MIH for transportation of MIH clients. The other one is specific to the quarantining. We need a quarantine ambulance, basically, that can be used for individuals that are not only infected with COVID, but any other infectious diseases. And so his idea and plan, although we don't have clear guidance on the crisis triage center or the crisis intervention team, is that they need a place to live and that they would have vehicles and apparatus that would go along with them. And so he wanted to actually get started on designing that. And the design for 365 would be through 90% completion, so that we could go find other funding.
Okay.
So it is schematic and visionary in one sense, but once that schematic vision is identified, then it would move the design through a 90% so that we could apply for other funding to build the building.
Amy, that's helpful. The 90% built up. Okay, yes, that makes me feel much better.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then lastly, I mean, I think some of this money needs to be for broadband. I'm really concerned about broadband, but I know, but county is we're working together, right? So we have this survey. The county is putting forth quite a bit of money for broadband throughout the
Yes.
county.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. So the state of New Mexico put forward $3 million last year for Doña Ana County, and this county has put $2 million towards broadband. And that they have formed in Doña Ana County a pilot task force to identify gaps in the broadband process. At the recommendation of the 2 staff members from the city who are on that team, we chose not to put broadband into this at this time because we didn't know how much of it would be urban, in the city limits, and how much would be rural and addressed by the state and county money. So once we identify what is needed urbanly, we can address the funding for that. And I'll just mention that the infrastructure bill that is currently in the House has an enormous amount of money for broadband in it that we can apply for. The state still has quite a bit of money in broadband that we can apply for. So it's not like the funding we couldn't find other sources of funding other than ARPA, but we really felt like the experts that are on that team felt like we needed to wait till we identified where those gaps are, and then specifically go forward and address those gaps.
Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions at this point.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
excuse me if I may, Barbara DeLeon for the record, and I just wanted to address the question about the survey, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. With respect to the question that was asked, it was not, although the responses may seem specific to the community and economic development initiatives, some of those areas that we might have proposals in, the question was broad, and we outlined all of the uses for ARPA funding, and then asked just very generally, what were some of the priorities that the community would like to see resources focused on. And so that way we could get any and all input, so it wasn't targeted to just one area of ARPA or the other. So I just wanted to clarify that it was a general question. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Mayor.
Here, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick things on this particular page, in fact. The PPE emergency response, I see you have most of it in the second tranche. And I was wondering, we're going to try to kick this pandemic as hard as we can out. A year from now, or close to a year from now, if we're in a situation where the pandemic is over, I'll dare say that, that $775,000 could be used for other purposes, couldn't it not?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, it can be used for other purposes. I know they had some different initiatives underlined on the emergency response, so it wasn't directly allocated specifically just for PPE, but also for emergency response. I'll defer to Mr. Adrian Reyes. Yes. Or Miss Amy Grant. Miss Amy Grant.
So I'm Mr., Mrs., I don't know. If we need more clarification, Deputy Chief Adrian Arias is here. That funding was intentionally held to be somewhat loose, so to speak, because we didn't know what this variant would bring forward. So this $35,000 is just kind of if they have something in the next few months. Otherwise, when you do see this funding come through in May, it's not like we're not going to be able to access it if something horrific happens.
Okay.
If we are completely done with it in a year, we can reauthorize this money to go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And then in the police vehicles, can you explain what a VA and a CA vehicle is?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, so it's victim advocate and community advocate.
Are they special vehicles that are made just for those purposes? Or are they just
I'm just going to stay
just
up here.
a car?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Sorg, Amy Johnson Bassford again for the record. So these vehicles are for the Victim Assistance Unit and the Community Assistance Unit. Those are 2 units of the police department that are run by civilians that go out and aid the victims and community members that have been traumatized by the crime that's been committed. These folks have no vehicle at all right now. They share a vehicle with everybody else in the police department. I think it's one vehicle. Not sure how old it is, but it doesn't have the means to transport people. And so these would be...
And it's not replacing any other vehicle?
No, it's not replacing. These are new vehicles. They would be like minivans or something. They're not special. They don't have the changes to them like a police vehicle does.
Right.
It's especially for them to transport people and help in a crisis.
Understood now, that's fine. I just wanted to say, at the risk of beating a dead horse, you will be looking at electric vehicles here, won't you, for those?
We will be encouraging them to look at electric and hybrid vehicles for that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Can't believe you advocate violence on that. Just kidding. I'm just joking. Just messing with you. Okay, if there's nothing further, members of the public? Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-021. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.5, Council Bill 22-004, ordinance number 2982.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. Looks like Celicia Villegas will be discussing. Yeah, Councilor Sorg, so you always get mad when I say kill two birds with one stone, so... Never mind.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Celicia Villegas with Economic Development. Today, we're bringing for adoption the overlay development standards for the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park. We're doing this by repealing and replacing the existing West Mesa Industrial Park Overlay Zone District. So the original ordinance was adopted in 1997, and with Elevate Las Cruces in 2020, the policy was adopted to update the master plan, the development strategy, and the overlay in order to create a cohesive strategy to stimulate and entice business development in the area. As you know, the master plan was approved last month, and we're now here for the overlay portion. This proposed overlay was brought to a P&Z work session on February 23rd for review and comment. And after conducting a public hearing on June 22nd, it was recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. And with that, I would like to introduce Ms. Kate Meliscus with the city's consultant, Decker Parrish Sabatini, and to provide an overview.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Kate Meliscus for the record. Go on. Awesome. So today we're speaking to the regulatory framework, which is part 2 of the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park master plan. Like Celicia said, the council approved the part 1 last month. Just to overview a few of the challenges that we saw in the existing master plan, there was outdated architectural design standards, poorly functioning approval process, lack of sustainability provisions, outdated uses, and lack of coordination with the airport. Some of the strategic goals that we have is upgrade the LCIIP to better compete for new development, improve the image and visibility, integrate with the airport, promote environmental and energy efficiency, and leverage economic development partnerships. This is the cover of the Part 2 regulatory framework. One of the figures in this part is the overlay zone and districts. So it's all part of the currently it is the West Mesa Industrial Park Overlay Zone District, and we are proposing to change it to the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park Overlay Zone. district, and within that district, we have a couple different land use districts. And so you can see, it's hard to see on some screens probably the legend, but we have the green is value-added agriculture district, the purple manufacturing, warehousing, distribution district, the yellow is aerospace, aviation, defense district, and then the red is the commercial district. And if there's no color on it, it's not included in the overlay zone district. This is the existing overlay zone that you will see in the municipal code right now. Oops. And then this is the zoning district. The pink is the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park Overlay Zone District. And then those other parcels you see within there are other zone districts designated industrial, you can see in the legend. This is the use table from the regulatory framework. You can see along the top, those categories indicate the land use districts that I was just speaking to. That's the commercial, manufacturing, warehousing, aerospace, aviation, defense, value-added agriculture, and then we also have a column for conditional use standards, and those are elaborated upon in the next section following this table. So the dash indicates not permitted, P is the permitted use, A is accessory, and then the X, which I just explained about the conditional use standards. Just some key highlights that I pulled out from the general development standards. The streets and public right-of-way, the property owners are to provide dedicated right-of-way indicating easements for trail corridors and pedestrian facilities. Property owners are also responsible to provide landscaping in accordance with standards outlined in this section in contiguous parkways and medians at the time of site development. And then the dimensional standards, we provided a table that has lot width and lot depth, setback requirements, and a building height maximum of 100 feet. Next, the site layout, orient entries, office areas, showrooms, and/or lobbies and amenities to front the primary public street. Conceal loading docks, service areas, and mechanical equipment with the placement of buildings and circulation from primary streets. Provide on-site pedestrian walkways that are separate from drive aisles to connect to primary building entrances. And then a public space shall be provided for any buildings greater than or equal to 75,000 square feet. And that figure is included in the document, and that illustrates what that looks like on the ground. Next, the parking section. There's no parking supply minimums required. ADA motorcycle and bicycle parking spaces shall be provided according to the city's municipal code. Landscaped islands and medians shall be incorporated into parking areas. Surface runoff in parking lots shall be directed to landscaped passive water harvesting areas. As for architecture, building materials shall be designed to incorporate contemporary architectural styles and materials. The massing, building heights, massing, and setback shall be varied to define the different functions within a building, such as offices and warehousing. And then screening all heavy industrial processing, assembling of materials shall be conducted within an enclosed structure or be screened. Landscaping, general provisions, a minimum of 10% of the site must be landscaped. Half of the total area required to be landscaped shall be located within front setback area. And the passive water harvesting drainage swales shall be installed within landscape areas to capture runoff from impervious surfaces. Impervious areas shall be graded to drain into the drainage swales. So you can see in the figure that is a conceptual depiction of a possible stormwater harvesting feature in a parking lot. As for plant and landscape material, Las Cruces Airport Landscape Plan shall be used as a guide for acceptable plant materials. And off-street parking lots, 1 tree for every 10 parking spaces is required. Walls, fences, and screening, we have a table that indicates the wall height standards. You can see the various setback requirements with the heights and the clear sight triangle. And then the signage, all signage shall comply with the city's sign code except as outlined in document. Vehicular directional signage within public right-of-way or on city property shall be exempt from signage standards. And there are sign standards provided for freestanding monument signs, building mounted signs, temporary signage, prohibited signage, and signage illumination. So this is our last step, like Celicia mentioned, for complete adoption of the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park Master Plan. So with that, I stand for questions.
Thanks, Kate. Questions, Council? Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the signage. You mentioned that the signs have to conform to the existing code with the exception of monument signs and a few other different type of building mounted signs, temporary signage. Does this mean essentially that like a warehouse structure or a large building could have an illuminated mounted sign that's larger and emits more light than what would regularly be allowed by the existing sign code?
I would have to defer with CD. We worked with Catherine Harrison-Rogers on that, and maybe, oh, Dave Ware's coming up here. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, David Weir, Community Development Department. Councilor Vasquez, they would be required to meet both the existing sign code and the outdoor skies ordinance that the city enforces. So there would not be any additional lighting that would be required or be mandated for that. They would just have to meet the existing sign code standards.
Okay. You know, one of the things I look at when I go to a new city, especially if I'm traveling through their industrial area or somewhere where you have an industrial park feel, is like what companies are here, right, and why. And it gives me kind of a sense of what industry is attracted to that place. So it would just be great to have the flexibility, I think, for our eventual tenants to be able to have larger displays, perhaps not as illuminated, that might violate the open or the dark skies ordinance, but I think having the flexibility for passersby on I-10 to see our industrial park is actually a great selling point for the city, I think. So I just want to make sure that this overlay reflects the flexibility for them to do that.
Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, I just might add that since it is a unified development, there are signs that allow them to do a sign identifying the Innovation Industrial Park and also include all of the tenants. And also, since the buildings are at such a side, there's a little more signage than you'll see in some of the commercial strips in the community. And I just might also add that as a part of the Land Development Code updates, the sign code is one of the areas that will be updated, and they've already made recommendations to incorporate best practices. So there are still opportunities to increase the visibility of the industrial park in addition to the overlay.
Great, thank you so much. Other than that, I really appreciate the landscaping piece of the overlay and talking about not just creating a big concrete jungle, but having more of a campus type of feel and investing in some of those carbon offsetting things like trees and perhaps rain harvesting systems. So thank you. That's all, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilor. Okay, and members of the public have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 2982. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we move to 7.6, Council Bill 22005, ordinance number 2983.
Move to approve.
Second.
Who did second? Councilor Beta-Stuvey. And it looks like Lieutenant Joy Watala will be presenting.
Yes, correct, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. Lieutenant Joy Wiedela for the record. Okay, so I am here today to talk about Chapter 7, Animals. The Animal Care Task Force reviewed all of the city animal ordinances, specifically Chapter 7. The proposed ordinance repeals and replaces all of Chapter 7 Animals of the Las Cruces Municipal Code. The proposed ordinance includes provisions for the trap neuter return program that was approved by City Council with Resolution 21-174 on May 17th, 2021. The purpose of the proposed TNR program in the new version of Section 7-31, letter M, is to provide a humane alternative to the euthanasia. The proposed ordinance replaces the licensure and owner identification. In other words, we're going to require a chip versus a license. The proposed ordinance replaces the barking dog provisions with a new version. The proposed ordinance modifies the language throughout Chapter 7 Animals of the Las Cruces Municipal Code. Some other revisions that you might want to be aware of as well is that it does include drakes. For those that aren't aware of what a drake is, that is a male duck. I had to educate myself that way. Also, as far as the barking dog, it provides for a 7-day notice of a dog owner to resolve the issue. It does require our animal control officers to investigate the matter. If the barking persists after 7 days, it permits the officer to file charges. If they witness the noise and the violation, it also requires the complainant to provide that audio recording of the violation and a written log of those disturbances. That one was particularly designed after El Paso and Albuquerque, so sort of modeled similarly to theirs. And then again, as far as the definitions were included as far as the pigeons, as far as the community cats, but then they were moved to an actual definition section where again, it made more sense to move it into that area. Council options are to vote yes, vote no, vote to amend, or vote to table.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Questions? Councilor Vasquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I actually just have a question about bees. Is the current ordinance, does that allow for urban beekeeping?
Can you, urban, what was it, Councilor?
Beekeeping. So keeping bees as a colony for commercial or personal purposes.
That is a very good question. I would have to refer to my deputy chief.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I don't believe it does, but I don't want to say that for sure. But if my reading of it, I don't think it refers to it at all. Mostly, it's going to be more mammal related, other than insect related. But I can definitely find out for you. But in my reading of it, I believe it just refers to mammals.
Thank you. I got a question about that from a constituent the other day that wanted to start a beekeeping operation in their backyard in the district, and I had no good answer for them. So
I don't think it's allowed.
Yeah.
Well, I said it might keep the stray cats away. So
We can only hope, Councilor.
But any clarification on that would be good. But thank you.
Mayor, Council will get that to you, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 2983. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.7, Council Bill number 22-006, ordinance number 2984.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Beda-Stuvi. And Lisa LaRock, our Sustainability Coordinator, will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Nice to see you today. This is Lisa LaRock. I'm the Sustainability Officer for the City of Las Cruces, and I'm here today to present the ordinance for limiting single-use plastic bags. First of all, I'd like to describe why this ordinance is important. It's our concerns about plastic. Most plastics are petroleum-based and are not designed to biodegrade. And plastics can last in the environment for hundreds of years where they break down into small microbeads. And these microbeads are prone to have toxins attached to them, and they can be passed through and accumulate in the food chain. And that is one of our biggest concerns because we don't know the implications for our health. We consume about a credit card's worth of plastic a week, according to a World Wildlife Study. We drink 5 grams of microplastics in a bottle of water. And of course, we all know about the problems related to littered and buried plastic in landfills. And our intention for this ordinance is to stop our throwaway mentality. We, per household, we use about 1,500 bags a year for about 12 minutes at a time. If we took all of the bags and neatly stacked them up, we'd have 22 piles of plastic bags from here to the ceiling. This just for 1 year from the household uses in Las Cruces. Oops. So we define single-use plastic carryout bags as a carryout bag made of plastic that is provided by a retail establishment to a customer at the point of sale or checkout that is neither intended nor suitable or durable for continuous reuse as a carryout bag. And the exemptions that we have towards that are laundry bags, door hanger bags, prescription bags, and bulk item bags for meats, baked goods, produce, and plants. We did not, in crafting this ordinance, we did not specify the thickness of the bag, which is usually considered to be about 2.25 mils thick, because we learned from Albuquerque that retailers had just offered a little bit thicker bag and made themselves exempt from this ordinance. And as our goal is to reduce plastic waste and the damaging consequences of microplastics, we opted to cut plastic use entirely. So, any person with a voucher or electronic benefits card issued under WIC, TFAP, TANF, or SNAP will not be impacted by this ordinance. And food banks, restaurants, and takeout food establishments to be eaten on or off the premises will also not be included in this ordinance. None of the bag ordinances in any of the cities that carry bag ordinances in New Mexico include restaurants in the ordinance. However, we've enlisted the Green Chamber of Commerce to work with this sector to report their environmental practices and opt for a sustainability award from them. We do offer several alternatives to plastic bags. But as of January 1st, 2022, according to the ordinance, retail stores that are participating or that are part of this ordinance would no longer be able to provide a plastic bag at the point of checkouts at the point of sale. Paper bags can be provided by retailers as an alternative, but customers, except for those that are exempt, will be required to pay a 10 cents fee. Retailers have the option of providing boxes that are recycled by the retailers, as is the case with natural grocers. You can also use a reusable bag, which is defined as a bag with stitched handles designed for multiple uses, made of cloth or another machine washable fabric or other durable materials. So, in crafting this ordinance, we did a residence survey. We found that 77% of residents agreed or strongly agreed that encouraging the use of reusable bags would protect the environment. 56 agreed or strongly agreed that the City of Las Cruces should enact a plastic bag ordinance. 30% of the respondents said the ordinance would cause them to start using a reusable bag, and 30% of the respondents said they would continue using reusable bags. So we have a very responsive group of people in the survey, and there were 1,600 respondents. We also have spelled out the retailer requirements. Participating retailers will be sent a packet of vouchers or reporting forms to be filled out and returned to the city quarterly, in person or by mail. And with these reporting forms, retailers will report how many bags were used and how much money was collected. Retailers will also submit a check for 50% of this environmental service fee retained during the quarter of their, that they reported on. This compares to Santa Fe, who also collects 10 cents per paper bag, where they have the retailer only collect 10%, the retailer only retains 10% of the environmental fee. So we hope this will support retailers in their administrative costs and additional costs for paper. And retailers will be required to participate beginning January 1st, 2022. We spent a lot of time trying to make the retail experience as pain-free as possible. As we said earlier, retailers keep 50% of the environmental fee, and they only report quarterly using a sales inventory approach. And we use this data to show progress and support from the retailers. And we'll revisit this ordinance in 2 years to see our progress. Well, you'll see the progress the whole time, I hope, but just to see if we need to keep collecting. We did a retail survey, and we had 89 responses of 600, we had 89 responses of the 670 respondents we sent personal emails to and postcards to. And with that response rate of 89, 26 of the respondents identified themselves as being impacted by this ordinance. And their concerns, for those that were concerned about this ordinance, said they thought that the reporting would be difficult, especially for small businesses, but I hope we've addressed that. We said other respondents or other retailers were concerned that they would rather pay the paper bag fee themselves than ask their customers to pay, and some didn't feel it was fair to return 50% of the fees collected to the city. We found that Albuquerque found that without charging the 10-cent fee, that their participation rate was very low. We also said, retailers also said that paper bags were not as strong as plastic bags. And in that case, we hope that people will use reusable bags. We've already established a marketing campaign that's both in Spanish and in English. We wanted it to be positive and a hopeful message, and helpful reminders throughout stores and social media to encourage a smooth transition. So with that, I leave you with questions and comments. Oops. And, sorry. And the chance and the opportunity to vote yes for approval, no for no approval table for setting it aside, and so, how can I answer any questions for you? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions? So I will tell you that I was speaking with Western Community Care, and they feel very confident, this bag here, that they will partner either by themselves or the city, but most likely by themselves and other businesses, to provide these types of bags for residents for free. So thousands of them, and that way there you can have, they can use this and they won't have to necessarily pay, but it's nice to have that ordinance. But I think by doing this, your businesses will jump at the opportunity to have their businesses advertised and give these to these participating other businesses, you know, whether it's a grocery store or whomever it is, and they'll I would think they would gladly take it. That way their customers won't necessarily get upset that they have to pay 10 cents, and they can advertise their other business as well. So is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this issue? Okay. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much, Lisa, for that presentation and all the work you have put into this ordinance. I really appreciate it, and we're very lucky to have you here at the city. Do you have more of a breakdown on towards the industries that were impacted? You were just saying some said they would be negatively impacted, some said they thought it was unfair. Do you have that more specific breakdown?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, the results that we have are, I do have those results available, and I'm going to defer to Courtney Combs, who is the sustainability intern, who has really, I'm just standing up here, she's done all the legwork, so I'd like to give her a minute to explain your question.
Thank you, Lisa. And kudos on that survey and getting 1,600 participants. That's really wonderful.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, out of the 28...
Excuse me, miss, can you state your name, please?
Courtney Combs. Out of the 28 who reported they would be impacted by the ordinance, we actually looked into their business name, and we actually suspected that only 12 would be impacted, as some of those who self-identified as impacted were restaurants or other businesses that wouldn't really use bags. Based on the business names in our research, we found that 7 of those 28 businesses would likely use bags regularly, 5 would use bags occasionally, 14 would never use bags or were restaurants, and 2 didn't respond with their business name. But we don't have I have a list of the 28 businesses, but I don't have the specific breakdown of each industry.
No worries, Courtney, that's super helpful. Thank you. I like your shirt, by the way. And Lisa, oh shoot, I had one more question. Oh, no, this was for Mayor. For this person that you've been in communication with, Mayor, I think one of the things that I remember hearing from the group of folks who was working on this, one of them was Ms. Nicole Martinez from the Community of Hope, and that people who experience homelessness often carry many of their belongings in plastic bags, and, how do we take them into account? So it'd be great if, that connection that you have could provide some of those bags to Community of Hope and hopefully Casa de Peregrinos as well. I think that would be really important. And then I just wanted to say one comment because I think this is about making our community cleaner and healthier for us. But I also think it's about being part of a growing momentum and a growing movement in this country of cities opting into policies like this that puts pressure and makes demands on Congress. Ultimately, they are the ones that must act with national policy to ensure that our future looks a little bit cleaner, and a lot of it cleaner and a lot brighter for future generations. And I think, to me, this is twofold. This ordinance is really part of a much larger story about really holding the plastic industry accountable to our livelihoods and our well-being. So I think it's a really important step that the city of Las Cruces take in joining many other cities in New Mexico. And so I'm very proud to vote on this today, and I'm just, again, saying thank you to Lisa for all of her work. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's not forget to include the litter bugs who can't find it in their infinite way to just throw it away instead of just throwing it outside. I mean, not a day goes by that I see someone throw something out of their vehicle when and their car isn't that clean to begin with. Like they can't keep it in their own car, right? And they have to throw it outside on the street. That's the few times that I wish that we had authority to write them a ticket, but we don't. Councilor Bate-Stuvi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa, for all the work that you've done with this. Honestly, I see this as an investment for the future, and it helps protect everything from our quality of life to our climate. And as we go along, we have to make sometimes these harder decisions or these new decisions and new way of life for people. And this is one of those. I know that it's often hard. I find I have a hard time just remembering to put the bags back in the car. So, there is an adjustment that will have to happen to people. But in a few years, I think it will become more normal. And as we can tell, even now, even masks. At first it was very weird, and now here we are. So we can make these adjustments. I go out with a litter picking group often, and one of the biggest things we see is plastics everywhere. And as we are on Monte Vista, by the little ditch that they have, we're digging out plastic bags in the ground. And they have been there for a very long time. And then you have new ones, and it's just continually building. So any small changes that we can make can be very impactful. So I very much appreciate all the work that you and your staff have done to put this together and for us to be voting on it today. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Sorg.
Just real quick, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Lisa, for doing all this work, both of you, all of it, the team. And my visit to Africa after 48 years was so shocking, the plastic that is being used. And so this is just one thing that we can do here that will help the whole problem with plastics. Just remind everybody that Senator Udall had a bill in Congress that was going to try to put the onus on the plastic manufacturers and ones that use the plastic and make the plastics for all the things that we use. And I only hope that does get passed eventually. And when you say that you drink 5 grams of microplastics in a bottle of water, that's one reason why I don't drink bottled water. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez, I apologize. I didn't know you had your...
That's okay, Mayor. No problem. Yes, I just also want to express my gratitude to you and your team, as well as our intern here for really putting the research forth and helping council and helping the public understand why this is such an important issue. I harken back to March and April when we are all driving down I-10 or any respective place in the city that has any type of desert flora, and seeing those mesquite trees and other bushes lined with just hundreds of plastic bags is painful and makes me cringe that that's the image that we are putting forth of our city when people come to visit or for our residents. We get endless complaints from residents in different parts of the city in which plastic is the major source of pollution. And when those bags make it out to the desert, to harder to reach area, they're going to stay there for hundreds of years. No one's going to go and pick them. And so this is a small step to, I think, get to a cleaner city, to get to a more sustainable cultural practice of how we store and carry our things. And I think it's a good thing, but it will be a difficult transition for many and an unpopular decision, probably with a lot of our consumers and some of our retailers, but there's no other way around it. We have to make the changes necessary to move our community forward. And I think seeing less bags on trees in March and April, hopefully folks will appreciate that after we start reducing some of those bags. So thank you, Lisa.
Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more comment. Speaking, Councilor Sorg, I'm glad he brought this up because I think we also need to lead by example as the city, as an institution. At lunchtime, we were given plastic drinking water bottles, and at council, I don't need mine. I have so much swag that I've gotten from every single department. But I think it's important that we also lead by example and get rid of styrofoam cups in the break room and get rid of these, and put water jugs and ways to refill our water bottles, because I think it all matters and it all makes an impact. And again, I think it's important that we lead by example here at City Hall.
Thank you, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Sorg?
I have to respond to...
Can you speak to your mic?
Oh, yeah, I'll be speaking in here. I just got to turn to her. Yes, there was a time in this city council, back in the ancient days, that we did not have bottled water in the city here. We had pitchers of ice water. And there was a reason why it was stopped, and I can't remember what it was. But anyway, I'm all for going back to having a pitcher of water or bring our own bottles. That's good enough. Thank you.
It was stopped because utilities started bottling their own water, and we were proud to have it. And then one thing leads to another, and then it just starts all over again. No, but I mean, it actually had city utilities water. You guys didn't know it was near potable water. But, no, I'm just kidding. I was just joking.
Soon, Mayor, soon.
Yeah, I know. Any other questions from council? I mean, from the public? All right, see none. Christie.
Mayor, can I just say?
I'm sorry.
It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa, and your intern. Appreciate all the work that you do, have done. I think all of us are talking about team, and you are the team. So much appreciated. I do want to, I got a few emails from folks that were really concerned about this and stressed that I read every document that got put out in the survey. And so I did. I asked Christine, thank you, Christine, for sending that to me. I know there's been a few IPA requests related to this as well. So I was able to gather all the information and read it. And I think we were quite thoughtful and really looking at regionally and the entire state, specific Albuquerque and Santa Fe, some of their ordinances and pitfalls, things, lessons learned, and I feel like this is really the right step in a great direction. And I too look forward to next year to, in the windy months, not to see those plastic bags all over the place, and maybe straws are next. I don't know. I think we really need to consider that. But if we could look at getting bottled water, I think in our area, and kind of reduce the plastic. I drank my plastic water bottle today because I was really thirsty and I didn't want to get up. But I'm bringing, I'm more conscientious of bringing my Visit Las Cruces water bottle and all the other ones that we get from. So if we could do that, it makes it just much easier, and really try to, have recycle bins, getting rid of the styrofoam, those things. I think those are great steps moving forward. And then I'll put another plug into electric cars. I think, anyway, I'll refrain from saying that and wait till my council comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, if there's nothing further, no one further, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Ordinance 2984. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we'll go to board appointments. And this is to the New Mexico Municipal League Annual Business Meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara would like to be the voting delegate. And as a alternate voting delegate would be Councilor Sorg. So you don't need a motion and a second on this. Okay? And let's see, to the Veterans Advisory Board, I'm going to need a motion and a second to appoint Lawrence Sam Bothern, which is a reappointment to the DAV Post 10 seat.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Vasquez. Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Lawrence Bawthorn to the Veterans Advisory Board. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next is Jesse Addison Jr., reappointment to VFW Post 3242.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo.
Mayor?
Actually, he's from VFW Post 3242. Yes, Councilor Vasquez?
I was just going to ask about that. Yeah, I don't think we can appoint people to the VFW.
No. He's from the VFW 3242. Veterans of Foreign Wars? Oh, 3240, I have no idea. So I think that might be the one, let's see, either on the East Mesa or the one on Mesquite. One of the two. Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to reappoint Jesse Addison Jr. to the Veterans Advisory Board. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next is Daniel Ansbach, appointment to the Special Forces number 80 seat.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Daniel Ansbach to the Veterans Advisory Board. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. To the Health PRC, Dr. Catherine Olzoe, new appointment. Motion second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Dr. Catherine Olzoe to the Health PRC. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. The councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinance. First one is item 9.1, Council Bill number 22007, ordinance number 2985.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Next one is 9.2, Council Bill 22-008, ordinance number 2986.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay, next we're going to go to City Council member board reports and comments. So I wanted to, in line with what we discussed earlier today, as far as sustainability and other electrification, there's a small video, if Adrian is listening, I wanted to kind of share with you, kind of really just discusses what we talked about here today. But Adrian, are you available to turn that little clip on? Just a few minutes.
A dire warning and a stark reality. Global temperatures will rise. It is unequivocal that human activity is driving this surge. The extremes we're now experiencing, fires, floods, droughts, and storms, will only intensify. That is all part of a landmark report by a team of more than 230 scientists convened by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The western U.S. is sifting through the ashes of yet another catastrophic fire season, one that has only just begun. And today, climate scientists at the United Nations made it clear these extreme events are largely our doing. This independent report released by the UN is the starkest warning yet that the planet is warming to a dangerous degree. It affirms that our burning of coal, oil, and gas is accelerating climate change, and that climate change is behind many of these extreme weather events. The authors say these effects are happening far faster than predicted.
There's really one key message that emerges from this report. We are out of time.
The 3,000-page report is the work of more than 200 scientists from around the world. They found that global temperatures are the hottest in 100,000 years, and many effects of climate change are already irreversible. Those temperatures are on track to pass the targets set by the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement and pass them decades earlier than expected. The report says that if the planet warms beyond the target of 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, these extreme weather events are forecast to be more frequent and more severe. The report states that only by drastically cutting greenhouse gas emissions can these extremes be lessened.
Unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees C or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit will be beyond reach.
Scientists say the consequences of climate change are ever present, from the severity of the wildfires and droughts in the western U.S. to the devastating flooding across Europe just last month. World leaders are set to assess today's report and plot their response at the next Global Climate Summit in Scotland this November.
Thanks, Adrian. So I'm sure you all, if you notice that one fire was, I think it was Greenville in California, that had about 1,500 residents literally wiped out by fires. And then, of course, even here locally, and our neighbors and friends there in La Union in the South Valley that are experiencing floods that are just unprecedented. And so it's fair to say that something's happening here. And so one of the things, and I want to just go off of what you said, Councilor Sorg, I wanted to kind of float this idea by council, is if you've ever flown and you notice there's the regular check-in and then there's the TSA pre-check, and that one always has a shorter line and people can go through there a lot quicker. Sure, you have to pay for it and you have to do a background check. But I was thinking if we could somehow have, through community development, for those developers who wish to build an electric-only development, that there be basically two lines. The regular development and then one that does zero carbon emission type development that goes to the top of the line, so to speak. So let's say there, because staff can only do so much to approve developments. So if one comes in and says, hey, I want to do an electric only, no gas, then not only is it beneficial for what we're trying to do, but then they will go receive be able to do it a little bit faster. And then also for those building lots that are already available for sale, same thing. If you are willing to do an electric-only home, then it's expedited through a different line, so to speak, instead of just going through the regular process. That might be, and then plus it's a little bit cheaper when you do electricity. I know from an investment standpoint, if you were building a home and you were going to do this as a landlord, you might want to just do electric only, because of the last thing you want is a little child messing around with the gas and then could blow up the place. So, yeah, it's safer, sure. So that's one thing I want to just discuss, and so think about that. The second thing is, without going into a whole lot of detail, the icon Roberto Estrada is. I was contacted over the last several days, and they were wanted to know if the council would be willing to name the stage only, after Roberto, not the whole plaza, the stage. And a couple of names. One name that came in particular was really nice, was the Roberto Estrada Pavilion. So something there. I know we want to include our friends at the Downtown Partnership and others, but it would be nice if that's something there to at least explore this opportunity. The third thing is, and I know Deputy Chief is here, Carrie Daines. So, Chief, the other day I think they brought up with the tragedy of Officer Jarrett. And I know that's a New Mexico State police officer. But my question is, if we had whether it's a city police officer or a city firefighter or just a city employee in general, if we had someone who got killed in the line of duty, and let's say they just started 2 or 3 years, what do? Do we fast forward them so that the family can receive, say, a retirement benefit? How does that work? And I guess I wanted to be proactive about this, because I can't imagine what that family's going through. But nonetheless, I think it's fair to say that if we have a policy now, what I don't want is, and I'm sure my colleagues here as well, regardless of whether you work in the police department or you work in another part of our organization, if you get killed in the line of your duty, and let's say you had 15 years in or 5 years in, do we fast forward that and retire them so that the family can get those benefits? That's my main question, if you know that answer.
Mayor, City Council, I hope we never, ever, ever have to deal with that. But a lot of it is there is some stuff in the collective bargaining contract regarding payment of funeral benefits if they're under the collective bargaining contract. When it comes to fast forwarding for benefits from the PERA, that is strictly PERA. I do not know, I'd have to ask Ms. Vega Brown if we have any control of that, but I don't believe so, since that's a state-run organization. So as far as those type of benefits, I know that the city does offer insurance through us as an employer, and there are some minimum ones that we get across the board at no cost to us or any other city employee. So I don't want to say that we're in a position to be able to answer that, because there's some things that I believe that the city or the department cannot control. That might be something that we could look into for you, Mr. Mayor, but unfortunately, if we do have to deal with that, as far as pressing retirement, that's all through the state. So.
Okay. So, thank you, DC Daines. Jennifer, can you answer that, or is that something that we can at least have, us EFO, we at least have staff look into? And then I would turn to my colleagues, is whether or not that would be something, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, well, I'll let you answer that first part, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That is something that has to do with para, so we would not be able to affect that. There are some cities that offer other benefits, additional benefits, and there are some state benefits when something tragic like this occurs. So I can get you a list of all of the things that law enforcement are entitled to in the horrible event that should occur. But also some cities do additional things in the form of some type of life insurance policy. They partner with the union and some nonprofits. So I can definitely look into that for you.
I guess my other question would be, would it be legal if we could theoretically pay those benefits if we should have an employee that is killed in the line of duty, again, whether it's a city police officer or that's someone in a completely different part of our organization? Do you think we would be allowed to basically contribute that amount that could theoretically retire them in the event that they should, be killed?
Mayor and Council, I can look into that. I do not believe that we can, because para has very strict rules, but there are things that some agencies do that supplement.
And so, just to be clear, if you're talking with para, is in this case, of course, we would need a resolution, but in this case, it would be equal to the amount of contributions, both employee and employer, fast forwarded all those years to retirement. So, it would be a fair amount, but if they gave their life in their service to the city, I think that it's only warranted. And so that would be the real question. Would we be allowed, because if you think about it, it's the same amount they're going to be getting anyways, if we're just fast forwarding it, and then we would naturally assume that the beneficiary, that they would take that option that would allow the beneficiary to receive that person's whatever based on their income, just like they would if they retired. That would be the main question.
We can definitely look into that.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
And Mayor, Delilah she just let me know that she thinks that Para does have officer death benefits if killed while on duty. And of course, we could take a look at that. It thinks it's $250,000. So we can take a look at that.
But if we could take a look at the retirement part, I just, again, and I don't want to just necessarily segment one particular part of city organization. Of course, that's, but regardless of where they work in the city, if they were to get killed in the line of duty.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. P., if I could add one more thing, just I would concur with what Delilah said. There's also some federal benefits specifically to police, more than likely with fire as well, but I can't speak for fire. And there may be some other things through the other blue-collar CBAs that they may have some other benefits through their either state or federal partners, sir.
Okay, and also, as I mentioned, this could be for any employee that,
correct.
I mean, they could get into a car accident and they were doing something. So, how's your appetite for that? Is that something you would like to hear more about and would be willing to possibly support? Okay, good. Let's see here. Oh, I know we have some proclamations, and I know a lot of times we don't have people who show up. But I just wanted to let everyone know that this month, August, is Black Business Month. And I just wanted, I mean, there's no one here, and we've never been requested it, but just to let you know that there are African Americans own 2 million companies in the U.S. That represents 10% of all U.S. businesses, and it represents 30% of all minority businesses. And they employ about 20 million employees. Well, very significant. So I just wanted just to mention that. And then, yeah, because I get jealous. You guys always talk a lot, and I don't really say a lot. So, I thought I'd just make up for all the. Yeah, I do. So I thought. And then the last one here is really, really interesting. So I received a call from Senator Papin, retired state senator. And she says, what are you all going to do on the parking garage? So I said, well, I know we have that money that she got from us. She got us, and I think Senator Souls may have got us some money too. What is the status of the garage? I didn't think that we really had the extra 30 some odd million to move forward on it. Anyone know right off the top of their head?
We did. Yeah, we just received an update here. Amy, do you want to speak to that? Is that something you want right now,
Yeah,
Mayor?
because based on our response, they asked me to ask council if they want to have it reallocated. And I'll
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Peely, Amy Johnson-Bass for Grants Administrator for the record. So we did get an update last week on this. The two prime parking lots that we were most interested in, which was number 8, the El Paso Electric lot, does have a lease on it since 2016 for a development. Those developers have not moved forward on any activity for that. The other lot that we were very much interested was number 3 and 4, which is the Instacopy lot. It's much easier for me to say where it is than it is to remember the numbers. That one was identified by a housing survey that the city conducted as the prime spot for a housing/retail. So what we've done now is we're asking the consultants to go back and look at all the available lots in downtown to identify if there is any that we could do a combined 300 space parking structure with retail. We were originally looking at combining the municipal court, retail and parking. That since has been removed from, the municipal court has been removed from that kind of equation. And so now they're looking at every available lot to see if there is one that is suitable for that size of structure and to include retail on the first floor.
So the 30 or 40 million that it would take to build the garage, parking garage is,
It's still probably out there if you, and I'd add another 20 to 30% on top of that by the time we get to design.
okay. So, thank you, I appreciate that, Amy. So the reason why I asked that is because they wanted clarification from that, because Senator Papin and Senator Sol said that they'd be I don't know, maybe they heard our meeting the other day about how we have no shade in the downtown, and so they said, you know what, she'd be willing to have that reauthorized to shade, to the Amador building, and where is Andy still here? Andy Hume, and to the airport with whatever they needed. And I thought, well, the airport gets about 90% of their money from FAA, but if there's something there, I don't know if, but he just said, so between them, if that's something council wants to do, then we would have a resolution done for, again, $1 million for the shade structure, $1 million for, up to $1 million for the Amador, or if there needs to be given, let's say there's 100,000 needs to go to the airport for something, then that'd be 900,000 to the Amador. And then they would have it reauthorized, take it to this legislature that's coming up in January, February, and there you go.
Mayor, who is they? I'm sorry.
Senator Bill Soles and retired Senator Mary Kay Papin.
Mayor, if I may, Amy Johnson again for the, Amy Johnson Bassford for the record. So when we do reauthorizations of individuals who are no longer in their capacity, it becomes the purview of the person who took their place, whether or not to authorize it for a particular purpose. We do have about $500,000 committed right now to the consultant for the work they're doing on the parking garage. So I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I think we'd have about 1.5 million, 1.5 left.
1.775, Mayor.
1.775,
I'm reading your
thank
email.
you. Thank you. Remaining that we could reauthorize, we can certainly recommend what we'd like, but that is the purview of Senator Papin's successor to make a determination on whether she would support that or not. We did talk to Senator Soles on Friday. He talked about shaded parking. He did talk about the airport. The Amador was mentioned as one of the options that Senator Papin was particularly fond of. I don't know if Senator Hamlin would support those things, but there is a process we go through, and the individuals who originally authorized it are the ones who sign off on it or their successor.
Okay, well, we know that she likes EFO, so gives him a pen, so maybe we can get him to,
Yeah, gives her pens and everything.
maybe we get him to see if we can turn that into something. Thank you for that. Councilor Vasquez?
Just want to throw another idea out there. Is the second skate park on the East Mesa could be $1 million for that, right, Councilor Sorg?
If we're on this, I'd like to suggest Burn Lake as well, so.
Okay, I think we have some stuff on the skate park, believe it or not. The Sonia and her team and Ikani, I think they've come up with something for the skaters, so. But we'll see. I mean, I think this was a couple things that these senators, but I wasn't aware of that, so I need to I'll verify, let Senator Papin know. Okay, that's all I've got. 5 things. This is a historic day. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'll start with the 2 that you mentioned with Mr. Estrada. I'm so sorry. He's been such an icon, and he contributes so much to our community. I'm really sorry to hear that he's ill, but I'd like to explore further with our partners in the downtown naming the plaza after him. I think that would be a nice idea. And then the issue with the funding or that supplemental funding, that idea you had on police, I'm wondering if that would be something that the Municipal League can take on related to policies or bills that could be moved forward. And I'm happy to take that over there. Always, in fact, AJ is asking for those types of things, like bringing policies forward so that Municipal League could do the research and bring it forward to the next or couple of years legislative session. So I'm happy to do that.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Just for clarification, I think it wasn't the plaza, because it is already named Plaza de las Cruces, but I think it was the sound stage, or the stage.
The stage, yes,
Right,
yes,
pavilion.
sorry, yes.
And then, sure, I think that's great as far as taking it to municipally. Years ago, somebody got killed at our transfer station, but they weren't a city worker, they were actually a temp. And so, I mean, you just never know. They could, whether it's a police officer, a firefighter, or someone working there, just if they're in the line of duty, I just think that, imagine they have 1 more year to go, 2 more years to go before they retire, and then something happens, and then the family is out. So I would, if not, I would think if there could be some type of legislation that allows, under those circumstances, for that municipality to pay for those benefits, for that amount, so that they can get those benefits. That would be great.
And in response to your video, Mayor, thank you on climate change. And in regards to what happened over the flooding, I mean, I think with the extreme temperatures we've had in July, the flooding, I mean, those poor people, my heart goes out to the folks at in La Union. I couldn't imagine being evacuated and having the kind of devastation to their homes and whatnot. So, it really gives me pause, and we had some detailed conversation today about the gas utility and any expansion, if you will, and I look forward to Delilah Walsh's explanation to the commentary from the gentleman that brought up the report, and I look forward to reading the report. But what I would like to see is us really move into putting together that energy transition plan quickly, sooner rather than later. I'm hoping in the next 9-12 months. For me, it doesn't make sense to move forward with a rate increase if we don't have that plan. And I understand about the looping and the redundancy and not having the pressure, the proper pressure and whatnot, but there's some things that are really concerning to me, and as it stands now, I'm not sure that I would move forward in approving a rate increase at this point. So definitely would like to slow down that process, but in the meantime, working diligently with that tight time frame and developing our energy transition plan moving forward. It just doesn't make sense to me to build out that kind of infrastructure moving forward. Let's see. I attended the redistricting meeting. I think that was Thursday. Things are sort of a blur with the group that was assigned by the legislature at New Mexico State University. Really interesting conversation. We had some folks from the rural communities, and they had people from Grant County on Zoom. It was very well done, I thought, but it got me thinking about redistricting specifically to our city. And Mayor, I'm hoping that maybe we could come up with a redistricting committee specific to the city, and just be ready and really begin thinking, if we haven't already, and start a more formal process and giving feedback to our legislators related to that aspect. I think that's going to be really important. I won't speak too much about, we had a health policy review committee. Councilor Beta-Stuvey and I heard a complete streets presentation by, help me out, Councilor Beta-Stuvey.
Mahesh said that from the American Heart Association.
From the American Heart Association. Great presentation, and you will be seeing an ordinance coming forward related to complete streets. But I'm concerned because I really thought about this shortly thereafter. I received a couple of emails, but one specifically by Mr. Bencomo, who no relation to our Councilor Bencomo here, But he keeps in good contact with us, I think, in lots of different issues. And of course, he had a lot to say about our complete streets and talking about a disconnect. And I feel like there's a disconnect between ordinances or resolutions that council passes priorities and then how it filters down to staff, and then how when staff contracts with individuals, that it some way gets lost in translation. And so I'm concerned about that. I know it felt like staff was a bit hesitant and said, look, we're just now revamping to realize all these different development codes and such, and felt like we had a good foundation. But I'm still feeling when, like for example, the Campo Street redesign and lots of conversation about that public comment. Well, there wasn't bike lanes and different things offered there, so I feel like there's still a disconnect. Like we may pass these policies, but it doesn't get passed on, if you will, and so it gives me a lot of concern. And then it brings me to the active transportation coordinator position that we budgeted for many years ago. I know that they were having great difficulty because of the salaries and whatnot. I'm not sure if they've hired anybody there, but I think that active transportation coordinator could be really helpful to these groups that are concerned about complete streets, well, active transportation, right, specifically. So I wanted to say that, and I don't mean any disrespect to staff or anything. I know everybody's working really, really hard, but there is a level of frustration I'll speak for myself, about that disconnect, and I see it especially in those items that mean a lot. And I'll talk specifically about, we had that pedestrian fatalities presentation, and didn't get a lot from, about where we're sitting here related to the city. And so all that is really important. It's important to our constituency. It's important for what we're trying to do with walkable streets, healthy, right, quality of life, those things. It was a really busy week. I went to the cannabis town hall. It was really interesting. We got quite a few, I think, thank you, Ikani and Mateo, you're doing, and your staff are doing a great job. Lots of people are really interested, had some great comments and questions. And I was happy to participate just to get a sense from the constituency what they're thinking. I think there was some concerns about zoning, buffering and those things, and I think I look forward to hearing specifically what, how the comments are going to be filtered into the ordinance moving forward. Weed & Seed had a block party, and it was really nice to see our police department there, and they gave backpacks. I was a little late because I was at the cannabis town hall, but and I walked out and it had stormed. It had really rained, and they had a neat little, I guess, lots of activity outside, music, but they brought everything inside. So our LCPD can throw a party, that's for sure. And the kids there and families were really, I thought, engaged, and you gave backpacks, school supplies, those things. So thank you for that. But it got me thinking, in conversation with some families and such, and I think at one time we had a part of Weed & Seed that moved up into the East Mesa area, and it wasn't as successful because we lacked the funding and the personnel, the FTEs. So it always gets me thinking about how we can expand such a great program, because Weed & Seed has been a tremendous resource to my Mesquite Historic District, and I'd love to see that expanded. And I got to thinking, why haven't we expanded it and identified funding specifically, and thought about the ARPA funding, right? That would be, I think, helpful. But how do we do that related to a city program that's run by the city? I don't think the city can apply for their own funding, but so I or maybe they could, I'm not sure. But I think we really need to look at that funding and scale out that program. It's been such a tremendous and great success. And I think it's well worth, looking into. Let's see. Ifo, I wanted to talk about our emergency plan. Do we have one? And if so, and a list of all our resources and such, so that when things like this happen, as it did over the weekend, that, we just know exactly, the kind of resources, what we can expend or not. I wasn't sure where to find that emergency plan.
We do have an emergency plan, Mayor Pro Tem, but it definitely needs to be updated.
Okay.
I didn't see any list of resources in there, but that's certainly something we need to get in place ASAP.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ifo, Mayor Pro Tem. So I think you probably read where you remember Colin Combs, who used to work for the, and so now it's Stephen Lopez, the retired chief of police from NMSU. So the city, the county, and the state, they have in fact, who's our representative to the LEPC? Anyone?
That'd be me.
Is it you? Yeah, okay, Councilor Betestugi. Yeah. So that's an overall emergency plan that the LEPC has. So I didn't know what if you were talking about another one in particular.
I'm talking about that plan. I think we all should know what that plan is, and then specifically the resources that we have available. So when our county partners need, or any other municipalities need assistance, that we know what that looks like.
Maybe we can reach out to him and have a presentation for
That's
the city.
a good
and
idea.
So if you weren't aware of it, so I have to sign, I think I assign, if something was happening to me, then I think it goes to you, and then after you, I went to this most senior, and I don't mean it in age, most senior counselor, and that's Sorg, Councilor Sorg, so for a succession plan.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have that, but
Yes.
Councilor Betestugi, if you are in contact with Chief Lopez, if you want to reach out to them, let them know if you can make a presentation to the city, and then let them know how, when they activate it, and then of course the facility is over there on Solano and Spruce on the top, so.
Yes, it's right above the DOH.
Yeah, okay.
I can do that.
Thanks, that's good. And then, sorry, I have a mouthful, more than a mouthful apparently. I had my second discussion panel on public conversation series on public safety. Last Tuesday, we had the criminal justice panel, like judges and former prosecutor, public defender. Thank you, DC Daines, I think you were there, and Dominguez and Sheriff Stewart. It was a really enlightening conversation. We continue to have about 28 to 30 people that show up, really interested and concerned about public safety. And I felt it was really positive in that people spoke very frankly about what they see are issues, gaps, barriers, what are root causes to crime, and the three top. And, the Sun News did an article. I didn't feel they did it any justice, frankly, because some of the bigger issues, and I thought that they were remiss in saying it was, what are the root causes to this? And it's poverty, mental health, and substance abuse and addiction. And so, a lot of the folks, made commentary that, hearing from the panel, from their perspective, it was, they felt like, wow, we didn't understand. We don't have that kind of perspective. We have a different perspective now. So I thought it was a win, because it's been a bit difficult. It's been a bit difficult to have those conversations. But our next third discussion panel is tomorrow, August 17th, at the Las Cruces Home Builder Association at 6 p.m. And we will be having our community social service agencies from housing, people from mental health, the Department of Health, people from a private, a therapist, a hospital here in town. So I'm hoping that we'll give a lot of education to the community and just hear, again, from them, from their perspective, how to move forward. Again, Jamie and I appreciate Jamie and Carla. They've been there, they've set up, they had snacks. We showed Visit Las Cruces video and just trying to set the stage in a real positive way. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then lastly, I participated with the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce alongside Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey on the Leadership Las Cruces 27 Government 101. It was they had quite a few folks that are participating in this leadership academy, if you will, and they had some great questions like, what does a counselor do, and how do we connect? And we had some great conversation about economic development, specifically to the airport. It was a nice presentation on Friday, and we just had a good, I thought, conversation. And so looking forward to continuing our partnership with Greater Las Cruces Chamber. And then I went to a Saturday, not groundbreaking, but ribbon cutting, Nucinda, their new credit union mayor, across the street from New Mexico State University, great partners, and I look forward to having more conversations about them offering low-interest loans, right, especially for folks that need, from $500 to $1,000, and I think they're incredibly community-oriented and really have wanted to, I basically state their claim, like they're here in town and they want to help. And I know that they're having conversations with economic development about micro-lending and such. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, well, to Councilor Sorg, but I will say that Nucinda also donated $10,000 to our restaurant voucher program, which was very nice. This was a few months ago when we had those vouchers for restaurants, so that was really, really good.
Yeah, I met their officers too. They're very personable.
And this was Saturday, no? Okay, good. Did they give you any samples? Money? No.
Sample loans?
No, sample of money, samples.
They had some really nice swag, actually, and some great pastries.
Okay.
A word about redistricting. Mayor and I are the only ones that did this 10 years ago from the last census. We actually got the redistricting done before the election 10 years ago, and it doesn't look like we're going to get it done this year. It would have to be done here in a few days, almost. So, yeah, that's something that still is going to have to be done. Just a word on the TSI PRC. We talked about park impact fees, storm pond maintenance, and upcoming, as I said earlier in the meeting today, the electric development. I'm very encouraged to hear about all the ideas that are coming forth concerning electricity versus gas. Also, we had a coalition of sustainability for the cities in New Mexico last Friday. A lot of new things going on there. I won't go into detail. The Utilities Commission met this week too. Pretty much routine business there. Then just want to give an announcement that the Doña Ana Soil and Water Conservation District is putting on a series of 8 forums on our watershed. And I'm going to encourage everybody they can come to them. The first one's going to be in September 9th at the Rio Grande Theater. And it's going to be all the things having to do with our watershed and water. And then, of course, we had an MPO meeting this week, routine there. And also this week, instead of our economic development PRC, we're going to have a meeting with the state legislature, PRC, or not PRC, but Economic Development Committee, yeah. And so, yeah, just wanted to mention that. That's all, Mr. Mayor. I will pass that on.
Thank you, Councilor. So what did you think about the idea about the expediting of the of the
Oh, yes.
permitting for those electric only.
Yeah, in a similar way of expediting infill development too, similar idea to that, which you give some, how would you call it, kudos? No, not kudos. Incentives, yeah, or just a fast track to it.
Well, that would be good, but I'm trying to focus on electricity right now.
Well, that's
So-
what I'm talking about,
Well, I know,
electricity
but-
too.
Well, I mean, I know, but are you okay? You want to have a work session on this?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely,
All
yeah.
right, good. Yeah. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks everyone for your comments. I mean, I would agree with Councilor Sorg, actually, that infill development is critical to the climate conversation because it's smart growth. And the more we expand to further parts of the desert, the more resources we have to use, limited resources. Yeah, you know, my heart goes out to the folks in southern Doñana County, La Union. This is happening again to them. This happened to them a decade ago maybe. And, you know, I'm glad the UN finally releases this information in this report. That it came up at our utilities board meeting last week as well. And to me, it somewhat feels frustrating because I feel like young people and young activists have been screaming this at us. Like this information has been known for a very long time. This is not new information about how serious the warming of the planet is and the impacts of climate change. And so it's important that absolutely we do as much as we can in our part in that. So I would very much be favorable to that kind of work session. I did want to tell you that the utilities, hopefully they'll send a calendar invite for this, but the Walnut Griggs Water Treatment and Reclamation Facility is having an open house where you can actually go in and drink the water, the water, and to test it out. So that's happening. Oh, shoot, Delilah told me, yes, it's very safe. That's the whole point of the facility. And it's September 30th, right? And I'm sure Delilah will send a note to everybody. The utilities is also having a skills rodeo, some fun celebrating of the very talented staff of the utility, and they'll have a Olympic-style competition, which I'm really looking forward to going to, actually. And then on more utility news, I attended the signing day event here in Chambers with Delilah and Mr. Peely and our two new interns at the LCU who have a very generous and incredible internship package that pays for their tuition to attend DACC. And I think it was really beautiful, and the LCU did such a great job at creating this event that felt very celebratory, much like we celebrate sports signing days. We were celebrating this, and it was really wonderful to have them here with their families. Huge shout out to the finance team and our new finance director as well. Seems like you're very good hands and a very powerful team, so that's really exciting for the city. Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned broadband earlier, and I just wanted to note that while it still has a few steps to go, Congress is finally doing something in the infrastructure package past the Senate, and I think it's really important that we keep an eye on that, EFO, and how that huge $1 trillion infrastructure package how we can be ready for that when it comes to broadband or roads and those kinds of things. I think it's going to be really important that we're ready for whenever that is finalized. And then lastly, I actually also wanted to talk about the census data that was recently released and how meaningful that is to Las Cruces and how much Las Cruces has changed in 10 years. And I'm wondering, EFO, if anybody on staff has the ability, or is there a plan for us to perhaps do a work session on that census data and for someone to brief us on those changes and what that means for us in terms of planning for the next 10 years and how I think that, I met with Srijana last week, and as we think about strategic planning and as we think about the next 10 years, that it has to be data driven, and I think the census is telling us a pretty clear story. That also gets to, inform the redistricting process that we have to have done by next year. So I hope that happens, EFO. I would love to get a briefing, an analysis as a city about the census, the 2020 census data. And that is it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Sorg, I think I actually participated in 2 redistrictings, in 2001 and then in 2011. And I think the city did one of each. They did one where they hired a company, organization, to come back with suggestions, and then on the other one, I believe the council did themselves with staff's input, as to what the whole key is to try to get the number of residents equal. And so, that's what changed. That's what really changed District 1 from District 6. So, because for years, the country club area was in District 6, and then it got removed and put in District 1. So, ultimately it was a council. I mean, it's not 100%. We didn't take the population and divide it exactly into 6. There are some that might have another 1,000 or 2,000, give or take. It was just based on the precincts as well. Mm-hmm. So, theoretically, we could do it in-house, or we can go for a bid and have someone give us that data. Most likely, go out to bid and have someone give us that data, and then come back with some suggestions, and then we kind of decide where, how it's going to look, and then we approve it.
Yeah, right.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I also just want to say my heart also goes out to the folks in La Union, some of the folks who lost their homes down there, and hope that we can find a solution for them in the near future through the county and the state. They call it a 100 or once in 100 years kind of event, but I think we can expect probably for it to happen more frequently. We saw the issues that we had here off of Baylor Canyon Road and Dripping Springs, where there was some washouts as well, and so good to make sure that all of our wastewater or all of our stormwater infrastructure is up to snuff for these future storm events. Also, thank you for mentioning the Complete Streets Ordinance and bringing that forward rather than the current form as a resolution. I know staff's thinking, I think, was that they wanted the flexibility when Complete Streets wasn't an option, but I think, we really need to revisit that in terms of making sure that that's the policy rather than more of a selective, I guess, recommendation to staff. I think it's important that we move in that direction. I was actually supposed to get Assistant City Manager Gani Tampao to get to give us a quick preview of the cannabis survey results during the ordinance reading, but Councilor Sorg was just burning so quick through the bring it forwards that I know he loves, and that didn't allow us to do that. But Ikani does have those survey results if any councilors want them in advance to our next meeting. And I think that they're really actually very good survey results in terms of what has been discussed here in the chambers about the recommendations for that ordinance as it moves forward. Lastly, we did wrap up our final El Paseo and South Solano ad hoc committee meeting. And so we have a report that it's being finalized, and staff did a terrific job at putting that together. The recommendations will go to, I believe, the Quality of Life PRC before we have perhaps a work session at the city to talk about the various recommendations. To Transportation, Sustainability and Infrastructure Policy Review Committee. The top recommendation that we had was we want to use eminent domain at 1510 South Solano, and we want to have a regenerative goat farm there. Mayor didn't catch that, but that's the address to his to Allstate on South. 1510 South Solano. We're gonna use eminent domain. Yes, yeah. We're gonna have a regenerative goat farm. Yeah. You wanted to abstain from, so that's what happened. That's what happened. No, that's all I got. But I look forward to looking at those results at a future work session. Thank you.
There's a different part of town I've been eyeing, so I thought, man, if I could just get rid of it. Councilor Beta Stewie.
Thank you, Mayor. Good news is, half the events that I attended have already been said from another counselor, so I'll try to make this pretty fast. On Saturday, I was pleased to go to the new Senda Credit Union grand opening. It is in my district at the Pan Am Plaza, and so I'm very excited about the services that they will bring. And I do like to say, I went in there the other day just looking at the different type of services, but it was on a Saturday and I was in I'm going to Home Depot gardening gear, and I have to say that they had just quality customer service while we went in there, just everybody that was walking in, and so that was really wonderful to see. And so I look forward to their opening and hopefully getting to see what else they can do with our community. I will be having coffee with a counselor tomorrow from 9 to 10 at Tony Gomez Parks by the, just by the little gardens in the playground. Low key, but I'll be bringing some drinks and some donuts for people and just getting to chat with some constituents. So I'm excited to be bringing this, hopefully, pending on how things look with the Delta variant and the virus, but I'm hoping to do this about once a month in an effort to expand constituent services. As mentioned before, we saw Complete Streets through our health PRC. Very excited to have passed that and be working on the next steps to bring it before council as a full. And next week, I actually will not be at our work session. Speaker Egoff has selected me to serve on the New Mexico Court of Appeals Judicial Nominating Committee, so I will be over there. And I'm also going to be attending the New Mexico Municipal League annual conference. However, I will be on the ballot for a director-at-large position, which is why I can't be on one of the positions here. So looking forward to that and to seeing what other ways we can leverage Las Cruces in higher ways and strategic ways. So I think that is going to be it. I'll just be fast with that, so thanks.
Be sure to have a disclaimer in case anyone wants to say they got sick eating one of your donuts. So have them, just kidding.
Pre-wrapped,
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
pre-wrapped, individually wrapped,
Oh, okay,
and
good.
from a commercial place.
All right. Okay, thanks. City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just before I begin, just to, Councilor Bencomo, we will plan a work session on that census data, and then Jennifer reminded me that that's what we were waiting on, just the data to be able to hire a consultant, and then we'll begin the redistricting with that consultant. Wanted to just give you an update on our flood response and what's been going on. It seems like the city's been well. We've weathered this this storm thus far, but we did have on Magdalena Street. It was street erosion from the pond rundown Saturday night. It was a pretty big project. I appreciate our public works crews. They responded around 6 p.m. until midnight, and backfilling approximately 1,800 cubic yards. So it's big. They had 9 crew members, 5 dump trucks, 2 loaders, and a side room. And the area was left delineated with north and south traffic lanes for the safe passage of the public. And then also the streets crews have been filling sandbags and delivering them to fire stations for the public to pick up and use. They're working on having an estimated 1,000 to 1,500 additional sandbags on hand. Also, just want to recognize our water and wastewater crews that have been helping out throughout the county. So we've deployed resources, not only taking care of our house, but also helping throughout the county, the various cities that need help. Water and wastewater crews stayed out until 4 a.m. Sunday morning. Taking 2 vac trucks with them, with the crews, as well as 2 trash pumps. We've also had other departments on standby for the county, and we've called not only the county manager, but also City of Sunland Park and Anthony as well, letting them know that we're on standby, ready to roll if they needed our help. But wastewater and water have been sort of our crews going out and helping out the county, just so you're aware of that and the resources we've deployed. Switching gears, I know Councilor Como took a little bit of my thunder here with Leanne's appointment. I have this on my report. I just want to mention, I know you all know about the appointment, but I mentioned that Leanne has gone through the hiring process, and there are a lot of candidates there. She's gone through a process with the committee, and then it was brought to me with the top two. And I said this to Leanne, it was no doubt in my mind that she would have been in that top position, but I just have to sit back and let the process take its course. But as I'm sitting here, I can see, Public Works Director, Utilities Director, I have a Fire Chief and a Police Chief that I had to fill, as well as 2 Assistant City Managers and a Chief Administrative Officer, all within the last 11 months. And what a blessing it is to have this powerhouse team, as well as all our staff members that are here as well. But these are positions that were really key positions in the city that we had to fill. And, they're all key positions. Finance, though, is a little bit different because you can't mess up with finance. I mean, you really can't. I mean, all roads lead to finance. And we've had Leanne stay here. I don't know if Leanne, if you can stand up since you waited here so that we can make that. But thank you for all the work you do. And then, I've mentioned to the council in previous meetings about our COVID, addressing some COVID policy. So the SOP was updated sometime in the beginning of January to reflect the health orders, the updated health orders from the governor. So currently in our policy, it is required for unvaccinated employees to wear masks. And so that's currently in the policy. What we are going to implement is showing proof of that. And so we're bringing that forward to our staff here in this upcoming week. And that's going to be shown to HR and will be kept on file. That's also going to reflect some of our travel policy. So if you're unvaccinated, we are not going to allow travel on city business for being unvaccinated. So just FYI, like I said, that policy has been in place, but this is maybe turning it up a little bit and making sure that we have the vaccination proof or declaration on file in HR. And then just a couple of follow-ups from our council request list. The communications office is working on PSAs, boosting the videos from NMDOH, and should be calling to schedule some of those videos. But I know that was a request that came from council. Also, as a response to a request, Public Works will be resurfacing part of Alameda with a microsurface later this fall. Traffic Management is planning a study to determine if a road diet is appropriate. If the study supports the change, then the road will be restriped to reflect that. Also, visit Las Cruces. Convince the Food Network to film in Las Cruces for a new show with Chef Claudia Sandoval. I Googled Claudia Sandoval, and she's pretty famous. I think she won the Master Chef competition. So really excited about that, and kudos to their efforts. The video was shot in a local Airbnb and Lujan's Bakery, anticipated to be televised in December of 2021, so by the end of this year. Yep. And then the Gus Macker 3-on-3 basketball tournament starts next Friday, August 27th through Saturday, August 29th. Will take place on Hadley street. The street will be closed for the basketball tournament. So apparently this tournament was here before, and yeah, from what I understand, it was a well-attended, and so there, we have an individual that's approached the city about partnering and getting that going again. And then the Battle of the Badges will take place next week, Saturday, August 28th, at the Convention Center. Boxing matches between public local safety personnel to raise funds for local charities. And that's not fire against police, Deputy Chief Baines?
No, it's not. It's all first responders within their weight classes. So
Okay.
I couldn't punch higher than it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ifo. Yeah, a lot of times it's not just city, county here, but they even go so far, Deming and a few other municipalities, they come and bring their best to Rumble. It's kind of interesting, yeah. But, okay, so with that, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta-Stuvia, second by Councilor Vasquez, that we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta-Stuvia?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores is absent. Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, it's 5:44 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you.